What's going on? Hey, yeah. Like hey, yeah. I cry. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Like David, I shall protect me from my enemies, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. I'm crying like David. Protect me from my enemies. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Protect me from my enemies. From my enemies. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Protect me from my enemies. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Say love. Hey, yeah. Protect me from my enemies. Protect me. I'm crying in the voice of David. Hey, yeah. In the voice of Joseph and Abel. From Shem to the first man. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Peace. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Protect me from my enemies. Hey, yeah. I am shouting in the voice of David, your chosen one. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Can you please protect me from my enemies? Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Oh, yeah. Allah, can you please, would you protect me from my enemies, yeah. Selah, Selah, would you protect me from our enemy? Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. And I'm shouting in my David's voice. In my Noah's voice. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Protect me from my enemies. Hey, yeah. Good morning, Brother Bruce. I happen to see your post in the other dip. But Facebook and certain entities are prone to stop our videos short. We want to say good morning to y'all guys. We want to say we love you. I'll put my light on for this guy. I told you today we love you. Welcome to Morning Monkeys and Parrots. I love that song right there. That one and Fly Paper. You're my fly paper and protect me from my enemies. I think those are gonna be the two songs I'm gonna pick when I put my little personal mixtape, my own production. It ain't gonna be crispy and clear like like the professionals, but hey, it's mine. My shit. So slowly, that's what we're working on. Planning to get this music, get the message out over rhythm and vibrations. I am not your entertainment because I can't sing a lick. I'm not your entertainer, bitch. Let me reiterate. I can't sing a lick. Matter of fact, let me play this song because I know y'all heard it the first time. But we'll go right here.
That I can't rap the buck as a safety. So
hold up. That ain't it.
I thought I lost from Whooper.
And this one right here.
I found it, yeah. I found it, yeah.
Shibby-dibby-doo-wah. Ah. Shibby-dibby-doo-wah. Ah. This one.
If you love misery, the guarantee to be.
That's horrible.
I told him I can't sing a lick.
This right here.
I meant that shit. I told him I can't sing a
lick. Nope.
I meant that.
I meant that spit.
I can't sing a lick. Nope. I meant that spit. I told him I can't sing.
Here.
They wanna see me go nuts. Yeah. I bet my dollar bottom dollar.
Yeah.
On donuts. Yeah.
They wanna see me go nuts.
Go nuts.
Yeah. Why they said they donut?
They wanna see me go nuts.
But I gotta keep that donut.
On that donut.
Yeah.
I bet my bottom dollar.
They wanna see me go nuts. Yeah.
I bet my bottom dollar.
Yeah.
On another nigga donut. Yeah. Yeah.
They wanna see me go nuts. Nah. I gotta play it again. I got something for that. Let's see.
Sing a lick. They wanna see me go nuts.
Go nuts.
Yeah. I bet my
dollar.
dollar.
They wanna see me. They wanna see me go nuts.
They wanna see me go
nuts. But I'm busy counting donuts.
They wanna see me go nuts.
Go nuts. But I'm busy counting donuts.
On that donut.
Yeah.
I bet my
bottom
bottom dollar.
They wanna see me.
They
Wanna see me go nuts. But I'm too busy counting donuts.
On another nigga
donuts.
Yeah.
I'm too busy. I'm too busy counting donuts. They really want to see me go nuts, but I'm too busy counting donuts, nigga. Ballistic.com. This is your kinfolk, Omar Jose Weathers, also aka Steak McDirt. And I'm not your entertainment, because I can't sing a lick. And I meant that spit. Nope. N-O-P-E means no. And then we put the P-E, we put physical education. They want to see me go nuts. Yeah. I'm too busy counting donuts. Yeah. They really want to see me go nuts. What's this other one real quick?
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Keep going strong. Hey, yeah. Like David, I cry out to you, man. Like David, I cry. Protect me from my enemies. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. I'm crying like David. Protect me from my enemies. Hey, yeah.
Hey, yeah.
Hey,
Woo.
yeah.
That's powerful.
Hey, yeah.
Hey, yeah. Protect me from my enemies.
Enemies.
Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Protect me from my enemies. Hey, yeah.
Say love. Hey, yeah.
That's for y'all too.
Protect me from an
Bang!
invasion.
Smoke.
I'm crying in the voice of David, in the voice of Joseph and Abel. From Shem to the first man, I am he.
Peace. Alright, we're gonna get into this. We messed around for 10 minutes. Man, that was fun, y'all. That's why I wake up every day, y'all. Like, with songs on my heart and joy. And then all of a sudden, I couldn't find my light. Shit cut short. But I want to read y'all something, some pieces from this book. Before you start teaching the Bible, and I didn't know this prior to. I didn't know this prior to. So I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, a lot of this shit just came in. But, you know, you have to do some research, too. No. I had to do some research, too. No, because when the Spirit comes and it gives you an assignment, you better do some research. Because that's a calling, and the Most High will get rid of you. You'll be removed. You'll be removed. Why you'll be removed? Because in your heart you pray for, you ask God for stuff, and when it comes, you don't do nothing with it. What the hell is... No. Oh, excuse me, that was a heavy one there. Damn, I don't know what they was feeding the people downtown. No. That's a damn shame. Feeding the people like animals. And then thinking you doing it, having them thinking they care about you. Wow. You don't feed your dogs that shit. That's a damn shame. Feeding people shit that they won't even feed their own dogs. So you seen that shit, man. Heavenly Father, we thank you for waking us up. We ask you to protect us and guide us from our enemies, guide us from our ignorance. We ask that you help us with our spiritual senses, help us with the spiritual knowledge. We ask that you will protect us from our ignorance, protect us from what we know and what we don't know. We ask, man, how we serve you today. How can we bless you today? Is that a big spider? Excuse me. How do we serve you today, Father? And how can we be a servant to our fellow brothers and sisters? By the power of the Holy Spirit I come, and to the prophets before me and after me, I say thank you. Selah. If y'all see me doing this, right, your peripheral is damn near 360. When you're matter of fact, I want to put this up here. Let me see. Take it. Have some patience with me today. If you're a man or a woman, you'll see this thing through today. This is not going to be a long ass video like normal ones. I got a feeling it's not going to be that long. Because we're in a time now where everybody is getting tapped on. Everybody's brain and soul is being accounted for right now. Called a census. Now, a census, when you spell census, the usual, you're thinking census as in these senses, right? Enhance our senses. But also, they're taking numbers. Damn, whoever this Brenda Walker is, she had the whole ass and on the goddamn screen. Like, I don't understand this shit. And I'm trying to block this shit. I'm trying to block this shit. Mute Brenda's story. God damn, Brenda. I can't see. Look at this shit. Oh my gosh. This is all this distraction. You got. Alright, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm making sure that my thing is recording. No, I'm trying to make sure I see what you see. Y'all know how I do it. I gotta make sure I see what you see. Alright, hold on. We get to this. Get into it. We get into it. To my little bro, man, I want to say welcome home. To my bro, man, I say welcome home. I got the live chat ready. Everybody want to come live chat in? Because for some reason, nobody wants to ask us questions. See, in my city, well, not my city, ain't my shit. I'm out of Pittsburgh, so that ain't my city, that ain't my name. But nonetheless, where I'm at, nobody want to ask questions. Nobody asks questions. Why? What is so scary about asking questions? What's coming up? Stay tuned. My dad is a pastor at a international church, and we're going to set up a meeting for him, myself, and some other pastors to have a discussion about Jesus being God. And what's funny about this meeting coming up, it's going to change this whole city. This city's going to change its surrounding cities and eventually change the whole country. Really. This meeting coming up is going to literally change your life. Believe it or not. But tell you why? Because where he got his information from, they told him there was only 66 books. So y'all have to understand this, y'all. This is about cornering the market. So we pull up this thing called 12 around the one. What is 12 around the one cult? Twelve tribes cult, ex-members alleged child abuse. Yellow Delhi border owner, 12 tribes exploits cult followers for free. Inside CUS investigation of the Yellow Delhi that uncovered it. Essentially the 12 tribes purse. Okay? Into Darkness Southern Poverty Law Center. The 12 tribes, a Christian fundamentalist cult born in the American South in 1970s. Colorado fires. Everything we know about the 12 tribes cult. We are disciples of the sons of God, who we call by his Hebrew name, Yeshua. We follow the Old Testament scriptures and live like them. What is the 12 tribes spiritual community? Yellow Deli. What is the 12 tribes Grateful Dead? Where is the 12 tribes cult? Alright. 12 tribe cult documentary. Alright. So, the 12 tribe cult's extreme belief. Alright, check that out. Google 12 tribe cult. Alright. Minister Black Jesus. I don't know why you're avoiding me, man. See, because you and all of you are avoiding me, man. Hey, Bruce. Ask some old niggas why they avoiding the young boy. Why is the older brother scared of the younger brother? Like Judah was scared of Joseph. And it's ironic, Judah, bigger brother, priest, pastor, Black Jesus, and I'm pastor such and so, I'm bishop such and so. Remember, you was born in the sin, and you was first a nigger. So understand where you came from. You sinning ass niggas. Sinetta, I'm coming for you too, man. That's why you don't let me talk too much on your shit too. Unbiased, we cool. What's up with you? So we're going to subscribe this. If y'all don't get y'all shit together and come together under one house and come to the fucking table, you all going to be removed. Let me prove it to you. Hold on. First, they already removed you. So I already know how I can remove you as if I was your enemy by using what's in this book. Because this book is what taught England how to conquer the planet, along with the Jews and the Greeks. It's called a dialogue, nigga. Not money. Let me put this, man, there's so much to share with y'all right now. This might be a long ass video. Damn. How can I do this? I think I might have a way. I might have a way to do something. Hold on. They have a hippie Christian cult. 12 tribes. What is this? What the hell
First part of the wedding is more like a pre-enactment. And I know there's reenactments of, but we actually do it's a play or a pageant of what we see will happen in the end times when Jesus returns. So that first whole section of the wedding is like a play. And it's not really my wedding so much. I'm more playing the part of the bride of Messiah.
Stop.
What you're going to see today is going to depict the end. Those that want good are going to have chosen good. Those that want evil are going to choose evil.
So here's the judgment coming to the black man right here. Being something that you ain't. You niggas don't do this. At all. At all.
They take advantage of the system. to me now, get as much cash as they can from this whole thing to go buy designer pocketbooks.
Chasing rabbits. Hi everybody and welcome back to my channel. I am Jen and this is Fundy Fridays. On my channel I talk about different aspects of Christian fundamentalism while I do my makeup. Today you guys are in for a treat because I'm going to be talking about one of my most requested topics, the 12 tribes. They're widely known for their rampant child abuse, racism, their yellow deli restaurants, and a literal fucking ship that they use as a recruitment center. She's the reason why the Iowa caucuses couldn't get their results. The 12 tribes were founded in 1972 by Gene Spriggs, now known as UBIC. Though he is the founder, it should be noted that he is not supposed to be regarded as a spiritual figurehead. The leadership of the 12 tribes is comprised of local councils, regional councils, and a global apostolic council, along with a larger workforce of teachers, deacons, elders, and apostles. They have 36 communities spanning 4 continents, with 24 of those being located in the United States. The tribes began as an offshoot of the Jesus movement, otherwise known as a bunch of leftover hippies from the 60s who went and became Christians.
Find my name in the telephone list and my credit is better than
You niggas can't even be Christians right. You can't fuck up right. I tell you, Black Jesus, you Black Christians, I tell you, man, y'all can't be somebody else right. You can't be you, and you can't be nobody else right. And that's what Black history is. Always running from yourself. And then when you see something like yourself, you kill it. Bang! And not knowing every time you kill another black man or black woman or a black child or a black baby or a black abortion or a diseased sperm seed or diseased womb egg, or when you keep using spermicide and condoms on your penis, it's going in your penis hole, and you're using spermicide condom going in your vagina, in your birth hole, and that spermicide is on your fucking hands. You rolling up the blunt, and we smoking that shit with Fetty. That is Black Death America. With the death music on. But meanwhile, there are millions of real Christians claiming to be 12 tribes. And what's funny about that? They can have their own version of what a tribe is. In fact, they can have their version of being 12 tribes of Israel because they're hyped on the fact that Israel, the word Israel, that's all they know. We're talking law of attraction. Here's the power, y'all. Morning monkeys and parrots. A letter to a soldier's death wish. This is all these videos is my life story. This is my life of a soldier's talking to death. Just look. I'm gonna play this song out.
My daughter is running for love.
I'm gonna play this song out. And I might, and I didn't make the song. I don't know who the guy is, but I communicated with him on Instagram. This is why I write. This is why Letter to a Soldier's Death Wish exists. All right. This is why.
You
homeboy, so I gotta avenge that. Black man, and I know it is that. I went through a lot to get you, so I know I won't miss you. I'm killing whoever with you.
Yeah.
That God's my life. Dear Lord, don't let me die tonight. If I shall before I wake, I'll accept my fate. When I committed sin, my heart was in the right place. I did what I did to put food on my plate. So when they come for me, keep me safe.
I see dead people.
Out of their grave, like dirt off their shirt. Still walking around the earth, watching they left your girl. Climbing out of their grave, wiping.
Let me hear that one more time.
You killed my homeboy, so I gotta avenge that. Black man, and I know it is that. I went through a lot to get you, so I know I won't miss you. I'm killing whoever with you.
Bang!
See that God's my life. Did
Y'all don't let me die tonight.
If I shall before I wake, I'll accept my fate. When I committed sin, my heart was in the
Right place and
did what I did to put food on
my plate.
So when they come for me,
Keep me safe. I see dead people.
out of their grave,
Running dirt off their shirt.
still walking around the earth, watching me left your girl, climbing out of their grave,
Wiping dirt off their shirt. I see dead people climbing out of the grave, wiping dirt off their shirt, walking up on this earth. I see dead people. Yeah, a letter to a soldier's death wish. That's my theme song, man. I got to find this dude, ask him how much for that song. If you got some money, man, you better buy that song. I'm telling you, that is the new anthem. We see dead people every day. Niggas is zombies, man. Being black is zombieism. Cause everybody, when the camera came on the black zombie, the whole world went straight for it. Bang! They jumped on the hip hop bandwagon and dancing themselves all the way to hell. How I know? I'm gonna be bouncing around, y'all. Because this is spirit. I just prayed. Ask the Father to teach us. We have the Father to teach us. Damn, I seen something else and it's slipped my shit. Oh, what was that? Damn. Listen to this. This is what happened before Eve and man flesh and woman flesh was born. Hear what I said. This is before the first man flesh and first woman flesh. There's two sets of people in existence right now. You have the man and the woman who is of the earth, literally called an Adamites. All right. These Adamites born children. Now, these children who were powerful, who were not of this body form, when they began to do things that was not of the Most High. Example, the male Adamite lost his fucking mind. Meaning, he didn't keep his mind on his Creator. And so he was put to sleep. For putting his mind, taking his mind off his Creator. Done. That's Adam. The woman earth, like the man earth, everything has its polarities. Right, wrong, off, or. So if man is made from the earth, then obviously there is a woman made from earth. So if there was a woman made from a rib, then there was a man and children in the rib, or the flesh children, who are the son of the father, which what? Adam. And his bloodline. That's on one hand. And through that mercy and covenant with the man and his creator, that Adam bloodline, or going this way, or whatever way you want to go, is still here. That's the covenant blood. On the other hand, the woman, earth, says she don't want to do this with man, called prayer. That's why they do this. Please, man, don't want to come back together. But no, the woman of the earth tone, frequency, she fucked up the universal frequency when she separated herself from her creator, man, and her nature. That's why you have an open mouth, a forked tongue, dragon, crocodile, clap, all this. So there's another language that came out of that section, out of that group. And so the woman, being that there was other male species and androgynous species that were male and female species, nonetheless, it was not a man or a woman of the earth. Now, when you're looking at these two dimensions, man, earth, and his flesh children, with his earth senses and spirituality connected to his creator, no problem. Then you have the woman, earth, who disconnected from her spirituality, disconnected from the man, disconnected from her nature, went to breed a natural, come on, woman beings. She created her own womanhood. But this woman fell from grace. See, so when you talk about the woman as God, she is Lucifer. She's the one that fell from grace. That makes sense? Black woman, you fell from grace as an earthling, and then the feminine spirit of the woman of the earth is in you, and that rebel against the flesh man because you did that prior to the book of Genesis. Confirmation. Oh, that's not it. Let's see if I can find it for you. I know I got it. Oh, here it go.
Came in to save of the halupu tree. Then Anzu, the charmed, made its nest. But then, the text says, then a serpent who could not be charmed made its nest in the roots of the halupu tree. Then Anzu, the bird god, set his young in the branches of the tree. And the dark maid Lilith built her home in the trunk. Inanna, the young woman who loved to laugh, began to weep. Oh, how Inanna wept, yet they would not leave her tree. Then the mighty hero Gilgamesh, yes, the same Gilgamesh from the very popular Epic of Gilgamesh, came in to save the day. Gilgamesh came to Inanna's rescue, adorned in his extremely heavy battle armor and wielding a 700-pound bronze axe. Gilgamesh strikes the serpent dead, causing the Anzu bird to fly away. Then Gilgamesh smashed Lilith's home, driving her to flee into the wild, uninhabited wilderness. In this most ancient story of Lilith, she is not yet seen as a demoness per se, but more of a powerful nuisance, All of the gods in the Halupu tree are significant but less prominent Sumerian gods. And this is exactly where Lilith finds her place in the most ancient form of Sumerian mythology. The similarities Lilith has to owls should be rather obvious after reading
Drake
in the Halupu tree. Lilith makes her...
Now, why you think you see Drake, the eye separated from the pyramid, and all these little dragons, trees, forest worship? And it's... So now that confirms, and if you go into further research of the Halupu tree, and matter of fact, I got some photos for you. So, we're waiting for debates, man. Where's everybody at, man? They know so much, Mr. Historian, and, you know. And this is not a boast. This is bringing and uniting the chosen ones of Israel to get their new names. This is why we're getting new names. That was on the thought. This is why you're getting new names. Those who are devout Hebrew Muslims. That's the new name, Hebrew Muslim. And so you only get into that because you're no longer wrestling with the Most High. So that's why you can have the nations be healed by Israel, because by them realizing that they're wrestling with the Most High, they'll have to come to submit to those of us who are what? Not wrestling with the Most High. We're walking with the Most High. He's living amongst us and with us, because he's with us now. He's always been with us, i.e., I will never leave you, forsake you. But Jesus said, while you forsake me, then they don't teach that. So Black Jesus and everybody else that call on Yashima Shimiyat, understand this. Eloi, Eloi, Shabbatini. My God, why have you forsaken me? Why have you forsaken me? But some would say, well, he didn't get forsaken because he was resurrected. Well, if I was to read Enoch, Enoch didn't have to die. Daniel got taken up as well. God was with them when they didn't experience death. Jesus died. Yeshua died. Jason died. All Jesuses of the world died. All Jasons died. All Yeshuas died. Moses died. Prophets died. Apostles die. Demons die. Wickedness die. There was only two that didn't die. Even Adam died, nigga. If he's going to be the first Adam, Jesus died. That means you ain't coming back. Died. Gone. He's not coming back. Please, brothers and sisters, Hebrew Muslims, Afro-Asiatics of the planet, can you show these people that Jesus is dead and he's not coming back? And if he come back, he's coming back as a zombie to bring your ass back to the undead. He's bringing you back to hell. You're going to be back doing the same shit. Being beat, whooped, and tormented. This time you won't have black skin. You're going to have white skin, nigga. You don't see the flip-flop? Yeah, you being beat as a black man, but you going to come back being beat as a white man, too. And if you ain't good at that one, you going to come back being beat as a gray nigga. And the color spectrum goes on. That's why we being beat. And then you're going to be an undead nigga again and be beat. It's called a matrix. It's called a cycle. It's called an Ouroboros where the shit ain't going to change, nigga. You can't destroy energy. So if your energy isn't appraising something that's dead, then guess what the fuck you going to be at? a dead situation. You would even enjoy having a dead name like Black. Even a dead sponge from the bottom of the ocean still absorbs water. Dumb motherfuckers. Nigga told me I'm a teacher. I'm a historian. For real. Can't be a historian if you haven't read this. None of you. Black man anywhere on the planet. Any education, any money, any status in America on this planet. Black man or black woman. Rich or poor, fat or skinny. Sober or not. Until you read this, you're nowhere close to the game. Nowhere close. Nope. Nowhere close. You're nowhere close to the game. Then I'm gonna give you some giant steps, like the giant shit. Give you the big shit. The big shit, y'all want the big shit? Y'all want that little shit, 66, 33rd degree, 5%. You don't want that little shit. We big boys now, right? We need the table. Let's get at the table. Where's the meat? Where's the delicacies at? Where's the food fit for the kings? Hold on. All those usual black history books, throw them in the trash. Because we all know that if you black, all your information came from the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Hindus, the Chinese, other nations. Your shit has been rewritten, retranslated, relanguaged, repackaged, re-meaning, re-iconed, and the whole nine. You would never, ever, 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 ever get it staying in Kemet, staying in Egypt, staying in Jerusalem, and staying in one place and staying in this place. You have to be global in order to put it back together. The Creator said he had scattered the language of Babylon. The Babylon was the center of all civilization on the planet before Egypt was born. Before the flood and all that. So there was no Egypt during Babylon. There was no Kemet during Babylon. That shit wasn't even fucking heard of. And it hurts your little black hole, which is your ear holes and your nose hole and your mouth hole that you've been fucking lied to. And you put all this Shaka Zulu, Black Panther shit on the stains in the hearts of our children. Now the truth has come that you are a liar. And my Signetter voice. Yeah, I'm saying that. I'm using your own energy to judge your own channel and the people who say that you are the best in the. I keep telling y'all, keep the word Hebrew out your fucking mouth. You keep poking me the wrath and the vengeance, man. All of you, keep the word Hebrew out your mouth if you don't want to hear from me. I don't sit here and pinpoint your shit. We may say we don't fuck with you, Israelites, because anybody can be a fucking Israelite. All you gotta do is say fuck the Ten Commandments, and you're an Israelite. That's it. If you don't practice the Ten Commandments, you're an Israelite. Simple. That's it. If you don't live the Ten Commandments, you're definitely an Israelite. You're the seed of Jacob. You're the seed of Jacob's hard-headed ass, stubborn ass grandchildren who were called Israelites. Because they were what? Wrestle against God's truth. Book of the Kings. 1. This is how you got American society, Western. Matter of fact, this book is the seed of Western psychology and the beast that you live in. The whole system, welfare, this, that, the police, in fine detail. And you'll find out why I say I'm not your fucking entertainment, bitch. Then how they put the spirit. See, they use this. Now they lock you into the spirit by giving you a history of God. When there's many gods. Monkeys and parrots. Monkey see, monkey do. And all the parrots do is regurgitate gods. And things in the city they know nothing about. They don't have the seeds on how to build a civilization or the minds of men and women. Males and females, yeah, they got it written down. They got it down pat. But with the minds of men and women, then think and grow rich. Carnegie Mellon. And the Bohemian Grove guys. Steel City. How they made Pittsburgh, New York, no, let's say this. How the original 13 colonies was created. Matter of fact, here we go right here. Books for Kings. See, today you need this. In this sequence, too. In this sequence, literally. Literally, nigga. You have to understand how to build this city or the society or the social structure, meaning the brain. You have to program them. This is how you program your city first, before you put the people in there. This is before you put the food in the jar. That's right here. Before you put the slaves on the plantation, you get this book. That's where you got Plato, plantation, plantation. Okay, plan. So that's the plantation. Now you have to give them fear and what fear looks like. So we got 400-year quest, 4,000-year quest of Judaism, Christianity, 4,000 years. And what's so beautiful about this book, written by this person, all the references. All her references, she got about 50 pages of all references. In Germany, Jewish philosophers developed what they call science of Judaism. I told you being black Jews is pseudoscience. Jesus the Jew, the king of the Jews. To save us Gentiles, huh? a church, a big brothers in the church, man. Is y'all still teaching that the black man is the Gentile? Did y'all still go to Bible college and for the Pelican to teach you that you're the Gentile? Wow. And you went and got your pastor's degree and your deacon degree and all that to lie to yourself. You listen to this. You took all that energy to go to school just to turn around, look in the mirror, to be a lie to your. You paid to kill yourself? I don't know what's worth a drug addiction or that. At least when I used to be an addict, at least I knew I was paying, and why I was paying to kill myself. Because I don't want to feel like that. Or this, or. But you're using this as a moral target to lie to yourself and others. And you're devoted to that. Ain't no breaks in being devoted to lying to yourself that way. At least if you're an addict or something, you're devoted for that first 2-3 days, maybe that week. Then you're done. You're off this shit. You go through withdrawals, and you're like, no, this is not good for me. You keep fighting to get off that shit. But this Jesus science, this Jesus crack, y'all ain't trying to rehab nothing. In fact, you're getting bigger and bigger. So much that news and society is getting worse and worse. The bigger you get, the worse our society gets. I don't know if you meant that. Science of Judaism, which rewrote Jewish history in Hegelian terms to counter the charge that Judaism was a servile, alienating faith. The first attempt this reinterpretation of the history of Israel was Solomon Formstetzer, 1808 to 1809, called The Religion of the Spirit, written in 1841. The crown, the cross, the crescent, and the cash. The 4 C's, the 400 Club, the Roman 400 Club, the crown, the cash, the cross, and the crescent. Get that video. Now, we have to build the city. We have to give the city a God to keep them distracted while we monetize their soul. Think and grow rich. How we know? Where's it at? I know I got a marker here somewhere. I know I got something marked in here. I know I got something in here. I'll read something out of here to you. Check this out. This is part of the law of attraction for money. Law of attraction for your spirit and how to get it. comes now a very significant statement of truth. This is Carnegie Mellon, who owns banks, all that across the world. I'm right here. As a matter of fact, a pastor in Carnegie asked me to come visit his church. And I'm like, Father, wait till you get a load of us. So, thoughts which are mixed with any of the feelings of emotions constitute a magnetic force which attracts, from the vibrations of the ether, other similar or related thoughts. A thought thus magnetized with emotion may be compared to a seed, which when planted in fertile soil germinates, grows, and multiplies itself over and over again, until that which is originally one small seed becomes countless millions of seeds of the same brand, like Nike, Gazelle, Versace. That one brand seeded all you black culture niggas to killing each other. Think and you grow rich. I don't need your money because I come from rich blocks. I don't need your money because we get a rich top. I don't need your money. I ain't even got a wristwatch. I don't need your money. So what you talking about? Shh. Shh. Damn. Think and grow rich. Talk about he broke. No, bitch, you broke. You two broke to vote. Don't you vote on nothing. You too broke to vote, nigga. That's why everybody you voted for keeps breaking your black back. Everybody you vote for keeps sticking in your white ass. You're too broke to vote. That's why we have the original art of war. Not the white man's mixture. But the translation from Aramaic to the western side into English, which is still an Afro-Asiatic language for real. All language come from us. Stop saying, well, it's because the white man's language. No. When I say, what we mean by our term white man's language is he switched the meaning of the language. So you have to understand the art of war, why you're comfortable in being black and African American and calling on Jesus, Muhammad, and all this. And you only got, for Christians, 66 books. So out your 66 books, you're programmed not to read nothing that a man needs to know to take care of his family. You can't take care of your family. You don't know shit. So when you call me Mr. Know-It-All, stop being jealous. Don't get mad because I've met know-it-all. I've met everything. I've met something. And I've also met nothing. And nothing is cool too. And so, to create patriotism, bang. Now this is how this comes to a full circle. How I know you're in a program. So when I tell you to shut the fuck up, you might want to listen. La-di-da-di-da-di-da-di-da. In their own words. So you see that. I hope you see that a little clear. I hope you see that clear. Alright. You see that? Greece, Rome, Athens, Constitution. So when everybody said I knew my constitutional right, Well, unless you've signed your soul over to the Greek, Greco-Christian way of life, you forget about it, man. You forget about it. It just sent you back to what I just mentioned. Long story short, right here, who's your brother, man? Who is your brother and sister's keeper? You follow the 10 Commandments, you'll get this. You'll understand the beast. Shibidi-bidi-wah. I thought I lost my woo-wah. Yeah. But I found it. Yes, I found it. Yeah. Shibidi-bidi-wah. I thought I, man, lost my woo-wah. Shibidi-bidi-wah. Here's a confirmation. I was watching this yesterday. I was flabbergasted, man. I was flabbergasted. Talking about that gas. Talking about that gas. Let me put this gas on your ass. Let me get my library. Hippie. Make sure I get the right one. Here's that search of the Grail. This is it right here. Here we go.
Why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously. Why are you not investing into one of the most incredible...
This is an initiation into really, really deep esoteric material that has been hidden from humanity for millennia. Why is this knowledge hidden away from people? To what ends? The knowledge of the occult is not commonly known. That's why it's not the exoteric. It's not given to the masses. It's the esoteric. It is reserved for the few. And there's a reason for that. It's been deliberately hidden away and kept from the general public in order to create and maintain a power differential.
I got it. Here we go.
Someone else is an extreme level of knowledge. They know how something works. Like something as trivial as how human consciousness works, how human motivations work, how human perceptions work, how human beings can be manipulated. Somebody has deep knowledge of that information. And there's a whole bunch of people who have not one iota of how that works. What kind of a number do you think somebody can do on people like that? From my years of being inside occult traditions that are very, very dark, I'm telling you, this is what they don't want you to know. So what this presentation constitutes is a master key that unlocks all the locks to all the doors on all the cages. This presentation is called Natural Law, the Real Law.
Now, this is where you get Jesus goes down to hell and gets the keys and sets the people free. I am your brother and sister's keeper. And I come to open those gates to free you from all these religions. And he's going to confirm what I've been trying to tell you I got from the Son. And even more than what he's saying. We're going to watch this together. This is going to be a confirmation for y'all. Why these videos are so long and why who's ever watching this video is why you're here. Thank the Most High for you. thank the Most High yourself that you are very few and millions of people who's going to get this, who's going to be able to tap into it themselves, look at themselves, be responsible for themselves, and take this key and free yourself. Then you're going to duplicate that key and free other people. They're going to duplicate that key. You know what I'm saying? There's only one key, but they're going to be copied. Copy the mail? Copy the situation? You see what I mean? You feel me? Check. We cool? Everything Tahiti? Bet? Copacetic? Alright? Know what I mean? That's where that come from. Let's finish this up. Let's rock this out. Bang. So, the real law of attraction, how to apply it in your life. Now, I just got this yesterday. Alright? I don't know if I can show y'all my library. But I didn't know, y'all, as the Most High knows, I didn't know this is what I was practicing. I didn't know this is where I live. See, when y'all say, well, you think you this and you think you, no, I'm researching, I'm studying, I'm figuring me out. You know, I'm figuring me out. I'm figuring me out. Oh, he likes that vegetation. You get your nice diet in there, huh, Waka? He happy, y'all. Okay, let me put this in here for y'all, man. I'm excited, man. My dragon, man. I just want to change the subject for a minute. I'm excited that everything I touch blooms. I'm excited everything I touch grows and doesn't die. You know, despite the things of this world that breaks, like plastic, my glasses got scratched, my brand new glasses got scratched. And, you know, I'm noticing a pattern in my life that when I focus on life things that matter, like literally, when I focus on things that matter in life, using these principles I'm about to show you, I'm going to tell you what I do before y'all see it. Well, I'm going to share with y'all what I've been doing and how we met. See, I practice this law of attraction, how we keep 5,000 friends on average every month for the past 10 years. Or at least 4,000, which is cool. The work is big. I don't want more than my fair share. I don't want bigger than what I can handle. So I don't need 700 million views and all that. I don't need that pressure. I'm not ready for that pressure right now. So I'm not going to run into saying, hey, I need 600 million views. No, I don't. I need what I got right now is joy for today. Just for today, 9/18, which is 18. You know, just for the day. 1 and 9 is 10, 19. 10 is a 10. 119 is 10. 10 is in 10. It's self and self. So for self being itself, being within itself, and then 919 is perfection within itself. 919. Look at it, 919. I might want to play that number today. Matter of fact, I think I will. 919. Let me write that down. Hold on, y'all. That might be a couple $2 a day. 919. 919. 209. And 219. And what? $119. 2, 3, 4. 50 cents straight, 50 cent box. You can go play every day. See what happened. Cause everything's not about money. But I need a couple of dollars to do some stuff, and I'll see if it's my blessing. So let's go ahead and get this in here. Oh yeah, I was telling y'all. What did I do? Shit, I got sidetracked. Let me put this in.
Law of attraction and how to apply it in your life. And I emphasize that term, real law of attraction. Many people will be familiar with the New Age variants of the so-called
or laws of attraction. And this is going to differ quite widely from what people have heard in the New Age community and in the New Age movement regarding what the law or laws of attraction are. These are the real laws of attraction you're going to be hearing today and hopefully understanding today.
Good morning.
Human beings should consider with great care where their information comes from, the source for the information. And this is because by refusing to present certain information and by influencing people to dissuade them from looking into certain information because they're telling you that it's unimportant or unnecessary to consider, many modern institutions like media, like so-called education institutions, are seeking to actually control human perceptions, or let's call it outright what it really is, to control the mind, okay? And therefore to limit what human beings may even come to understand.
You hungry?
And therefore by limiting what they are coming to understand, they're actually limiting what they're able to do, what they're able to change, what they're able to create in the world, okay? So you have to be skeptical of where your information comes from. And that's why I tell people at the very beginning in my lectures, do not believe me. The worst thing you could do is believe what I'm telling you. You need to look into it for yourself, and most of all, you need to do personal introspection to really feel inside of yourself whether this information resonates with truth. Everybody has that intuitive capacity. That also has to be turned on and engaged and used. Human beings everywhere say that they want certain things in their life, and they say that they want certain things to be present for all humanity, okay? We say we want certain conditions to be present for ourselves and our species as a whole. And we say we want things such as happiness, health, peace, prosperity, freedom, etc. And all these things are great things to aspire to. And we say we want them. Most people will say and tell you we want these things. However, you know, I don't really feel that they're truly being honest with themselves. Okay, they'll say they want them, but then when you tell them, well, those aren't automatic conditions. They don't just magically manifest. Okay, there are requirements for obtaining these conditions. Okay, and people wouldn't say they want these conditions if these conditions were already omnipresent, right? They're saying that they want something because they don't have it at all, or at least in fullness, right? So when you tell them there's requirements, and they believe that somehow they're going to magically get these things, right? Well, this is what the real laws of attraction are about. It's explaining conditions that you want don't just automatically manifest by thinking of them or just having a feeling about them. This is a New Age deception. Requirement exists in nature. It does exist if you want something to be different than the way that it already is.
Hold up,
than
man.
the
You want to
default
eat? Hold
conditions.
on.
then requirement exists. If you're okay with things being the way that they are now, requirement doesn't exist. There are no requirements to creating change. You just accept the default conditions the way they are now and go on with your existence and accept it's going to be this way and possibly get worse. But if you want real change to happen, requirements exist. So what are these requirements? We need to know certain things. Knowledge is required. Knowledge. The information regarding natural law is occulted knowledge. It is knowledge that has been hidden from humanity. It's held by the few, which is represented here at the top of this pyramid. You can look at this as a pyramid representing knowledge or ignorance. At the top of the pyramid, you have knowledge. It's the higher you go in the pyramid, the more knowledge. Okay? But the pyramid tapers because at the top, very few people understand that information. Very few people have that knowledge and have actually integrated it into themselves to the point where it becomes understanding. All right? Down here, you have no knowledge, the ignorant masses. Okay? And up here, you have the people who are in the know, right? Who have this knowledge about how natural law works and are actually using it for a certain reason. So please, as you go through this seminar, please keep in mind, if I ever use the term occult, all I'm talking about here is hidden knowledge. That's what it means. Occulted knowledge is hidden. The knowledge of natural law and its operations constitutes what I call the most deeply occulted or hidden information that exists on this planet. You will not find any more hidden information. This is the thing that all the distractions are there for, to keep you from learning. The endless trivialities, the nonsense you hear on the news, all the video games, all the nonsense television, the sports, it's all there to keep people from understanding this. And I can't get you to accept that or believe it, and I don't ask you to believe it. I'm telling you, that's what they're trying to, from my years of being inside occult traditions that are very, very dark. I'm telling you, this is what they don't want you to know. Please recognize when I use the word truth, that is all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the mind of God. I'm not talking about the entire reason for the existence of the universe. I'm talking about the events that have taken place in the past and are taking place in the present. That's...
Life-changing. What do you say when you bring words to what you've been looking for, knowing it always existed?
What we're doing is tapping into global consciousness and changing it one person at a time.
Shit.
And global consciousness up-leveling over here affects everyone over here. So the more people we get into the New Human University, the better for humanity.
Oh, dummy. No, I got proof on this.
Visiting university
Damn!
had a profound effect on my personal growth and transformation. A tangible sense of community that goes far beyond my local geographical space. And it's a sense of community with people who are not only learning the technology, but also doing their own personal work and growth in their own evolution, and have a passion for bringing this to the world.
No fault.
In the present. That's all. And guess what? That's all the truth is. We want things to be true. That doesn't make it so. That's not what makes truth the way that it is. What makes truth is the way that it is what behaviors were taken and what is the actual effect in the manifested world. That's how things are. It doesn't matter how we want them to be. They may be a completely different way right now than we want them to be. But most people in the world, they kind of believe that they're the arbiter of truth. And that's a bad place to be in. That's a very, very low level of consciousness. To think that if I don't believe that it's this way, it's not this way. Many people are trapped in that state of mind. The laws of the universe don't care about you. Laws have been created in this realm that work flawlessly. 100% of the time, flawlessly. The creator of the universe set these laws into motion, put them into effect, and they bind you. You and I are bound by these laws, whether we like it or not, whether we accept it or not, whether we understand it or not. They're in effect, and you are already creating the reality that we are experiencing based upon interaction with these unseen laws. Already. You're already doing it. You can never not be doing it. That's an impossibility. Let's look at the dynamics between discovery and belief. The difference between discovery and belief. Because again, natural law is capable of being discovered, understood, and harmonized with. What this is saying, this exists, you're bound by it. The best you can do is to understand its operation like you would understand gravity, and therefore not just walk toward the edge of a 200-foot cliff that is bottomed by jagged rocks. If you're intelligent and you understand how the law of gravity works, you won't do that behavior. So natural law has nothing to do with religion. It's not a belief system. It's a science. It is a discoverable operation that is already in effect that we can either understand and align our behavior to, or remain ignorant of and suffer as a result of that ignorance, because it's already in effect and already has a binding effect upon you and your behaviors and everyone's. So when it comes to belief, and anybody that was trying to propagate a religion wouldn't put this slide up here. When it comes to natural law, it works just like gravity. So the clown that's going to jump over the cliff saying, I don't believe in gravity, what's going to happen? Down he goes. Because belief is irrelevant. Because natural law does not care about you. It does not care about you. It is in effect, no matter what you do, deal with it. So let's look at consciousness and the human brain. Okay? Because consciousness is an intangible force. Okay? It's something that exists, but you can't really see it. Many people even have a hard time explaining what it is. But there's physiological expressions for consciousness in the physical domain, and the brain is one of them. And of course, people will say, well, don't leave out the heart. Of course, the heart is also very important. Heart has an even bigger electromagnetic field than the brain and is tied into the physiology in an even more complex way than the brain is. But we need to understand the basic structure of the brain to understand the types of imbalances that go on within it that lead to these debilitating conditions within humanity that continue to create suffering for us. And also, what these belief systems do is they prevent the activation of the heart and the actions, of care and action. Not only do they prevent real knowledge from manifesting within the being, they prevent care, and they create apathy, and they create inaction and cowardice, so that we don't actually act and take action based upon what we've come to know. So let's look at how the brain and consciousness actually work. People will also try to give ridiculously overcomplicated and mystified definitions of what consciousness means. And many people are even scared of the term, okay? We have to demystify these terms and bring them down to real simple English and real simple concepts that the average person can grasp. Okay? And stop trying to make it more complicated than it is. Being conscious of something, meaning having consciousness of it, is an ability of the being to recognize patterns. Remember, this is all about pattern recognition. To recognize patterns and meaning with respect to events that are taking place or have taken place, okay, both within oneself, okay, in the inner realm, in the lesser realm, the realm of the individuated consciousness, and in the realm in which the self exists and operates, the macrocosm. So it's our ability to accurately perceive truth of what has happened and what is happening. That's consciousness. That's consciousness. And it's made way overly complicated by people. It's mostly made overly complicated in the New Age movement, again. Now, how does consciousness express? There's a difference between what it is and how it expresses in our...
No one tells stories better than Audible, the home of storytelling. From motivation and comedy to true crime and memoirs, and so much more. Audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. That's Audible, the home of storytelling.
You done?
I was making so much money with DoorDash. I wanted to earn money in my free time, but I didn't want to go out and get a boring 9 to 5. That's when I found out how much money my friend was making with DoorDash. There are opportunities in over 4,000 cities. Signing up was super easy. And before long, I was already making deliveries. Now, I get to make my own schedule and keep 100% of my tips. Download the DoorDash driver app and get started today.
And how it expresses in our life. Consciousness expresses. I ask people, just tell me, what are the ways you could ever make yourself known to any other being? How can any other being come to know who you are in this incarnation, in this physical manifestation? How could they possibly come to know you? How could you manifest yourself or make yourself known to them? And there's only 3 ways: thoughts, emotions, and actions. Okay? And I would say speech falls into the line of the combination of thoughts and emotions. And speech is also a form of action. I'm using force to, make the air flow over my vocal cords to make sounds come out so that you can hear what the concepts I'm trying to express. So it is a form of action. And it derives from what we have thought up to this point and the emotions that we have, and we can express it through speech. So thought, emotion, and action. Thought you have to look at as the creative force that is the expression for consciousness within the individual. Okay? So it's a neutral force. You don't look at your thoughts as masculine or feminine, do you? But you do look at them as creative forces. In order for anything to manifest in the physical domain, it had to first exist as a thought. This computer, somebody had to envision all the parts, how it works, how it's put together. Okay? This camera equipment, the clothes you're wearing, the seats, everything that exists had to first exist in the realm of thought. Had to. By law. Then it comes into physical manifestation through action. Your emotions are a polarized component, you could look at it as. It is a feminine aspect of consciousness. because other people don't feel your emotions. They could perceive or sense them. You're the one who's feeling the emotions in your physiology. It's an internal expression. You feel emotions inwardly, inside in the physiology.
Okay.
Hence, this is a feminine expression for consciousness. It is something that is not externalized and put out. It is something that is felt within. So the emotions in the mind-body-spirit connection are the spirits in which we do something. Okay, so that's the feminine force or the spirit. Of course, thoughts are within our mind, hence that's the mind component of the consciousness. Then there's a marriage between them. Okay, so you can look at thoughts as the creative essence, which then blends with or marries to the feminine. Now, see, we're getting into a notion that is taught in many different religious traditions. It's called the Trinity. And I challenge anybody, go and look in any of the Trinities that exist, in any of the religions. You can go back to Babylon. You can go to the Indus Valley traditions. You can go to the Egyptian and Cometian traditions, the Christian traditions. Every single religious tradition that is taught of a Trinity, okay, it is always a Father Creator, a sacred feminine figure, okay, of some kind that the Father then impregnates or inseminates in some form. And then from that offspring is born a male child.
Okay.
Always. Okay? What we're talking about here is the Father being the mind, the creative essence. Then the spirit or the emotions being the sacred feminine essence. Okay? Or the Holy Spirit, the emotions. And then the child, the male child, is behavior. It is the active or masculine principle that actually interacts with the physical world to change it. And hence, that is the only way to actually save ourselves. The nature of a human being is that a human being is programmable. Our nature is that we can be programmed. And there's another thing, that's another thing people don't want to hear. They don't want to hear this. I'm not saying we are computers. I'm saying we're like them in the ways that we can be programmed. So what gets put into a person through the environment, which is called the culture, all right, and becomes their programming, determines what they will output onto the screen, which is called human life. And that will create the human condition in the aggregate as more and more people operate that way. All right, so let's look at how this works. Human beings are programmable much like computers. Like a computer, if a human being has a bad file system format, that's the first thing you do when you're going to get ready to use a computer. You have to format the drive. A file system format is you got to format the hard drive so you can prepare it for a specific operating system, which is basically the task controllers. It's going to control what happens on the computer, how programs get launched, how memory is used, etc. in a nutshell. All right. If the human being has a bad file system format, right, this is akin to the operating conditions during a child's formative years.
I'm a black
the
boy.
First 6 years of their life, essentially. Now, think about it. We call this their formative years.
African American.
Formative years.
I'm Christian.
Like a format on a hard drive.
I'm a black male. I'm a white male.
File system into the human being.
See the file system?
Prepares it for its operating system. Okay? So, largely, what programs the child at this stage is the parents and what they will see in their immediate environment at home and during their very early years in, quote, schooling. All right? Now, if, like a computer, if a human being also has a bad operating system, again, they are basically providing a platform that other programs will run in. And they're providing...
What did he say? I don't see no viewers. Anybody here? Come on, man. Who's here? I know somebody watching has a comment. You mean to tell me nobody has a comment? If there is, I can't see it. Let me see. Let me see. I know I'm putting out. I know we're putting out some substance here. Wow. No comments. No live chat. Wow. Y'all don't like the package that come in, huh? Is that what that is? We want to hear the truth from anybody else but him. Like Israel did Moses. It said, Moses, you can't read, you can't write, you can't talk worth a shit, nigga. The fuck you talking about? Remember, Moses was ignorant. Even though he was in, when he got to Egypt, he wasn't that bright. So when they say Moses learned some shit from Egypt, you might want to read that again. That's why he needed Aaron's help. So Judah went with the helper, which is Aaron, but nobody stayed with their seed, which is Moses. And so the seed is weird. The seed is retarded. The seed can't read that good or nothing like that. But the nurturer of the seed, the creator of the seed, who planted that seed in you and me, is nurturing and making the ignorant wise, and those who claim to be wise ignorant. So you understand this computer program, this matrix. The matrix is religion. The matrix is black culture. The matrix is Black Woman Month or Woman History Month. All these holidays is the matrix. All this holiday self-worship, look at me, is the matrix. You are dead. You are the zombie. You are irrelevant because you traded in your natural programming by the Creator that keeps you in tune with Mother Nature, Father Spirit, and all things seen and unseen, heard and unheard, felt and unfelt, and sought and not sought. You get the mathematics, scientists, philosophers, even the cosmology will even confirm that. So we showed you the books. Okay, we showed you that. We did that. We're gonna finish. We're gonna finish. Let y'all watch that. Let me put that back on.
The graphical user interface. This is your culture. The operating system is the culture in which the programs run. Okay? So,
what is black culture? What is black culture? In your informative stage, who told you Jesus was God? In your formative stage, who told you was black? In your formative stage, who told you was white, this, that? Who told you are a hater? Who told you a lover? Who told you what? It is what it is. But you don't give a fuck who told you that. Even though the person knows what it is, you don't give a fuck what it is. It is what it is. No investigation, no care. Days as usual, because it is what it is. Never to know. I think it's somewhere it says, my children perish from the lack of knowing, knowledge. Black history and black culture is a celebration of being ignorant, of not knowing. Whether you got all the beautiful information, you don't know what to do with it. Not knowing. You got all this money and all this blessings in your hands, and you don't know what to do with it. You have the lack of knowledge. And what it is that you should know? Well, 10 Commandments.
Let's say if you have a bad operating system, meaning you're already surrounded in a bad environment, in a bad culture, right?
Ghetto.
It's also going to negatively impact the output.
Ghetto.
And then they have bad software programs.
Black
now,
woman.
These are the programs that you run. Now, if I didn't have
Black
a good
man.
presentation...
Success.
Would you be interested in collecting 5-figure paychecks for a few hours of work?
Black
helping
business.
you in your spare time from home? I'm on a mission.
Now, these are the programs that you run. Now, if I didn't have a good presentation...
Right.
Software.
Right.
Piece of software.
Right.
My presentation might come out sloppy. It might crash in the middle of it.
African American.
You might not display the graphics or the text
Jesse
properly.
Jackson.
Okay? So you got to make sure you're working with good, reliable software as well.
Who told you
what
you was
the
black?
Software is the belief systems.
Who told you you was
What the
black?
person has taken into the mind and is
Who told you you was a
processed
black
and made part
Christian
of himself.
Gentile?
And now, if all of those things are bad, we have 3 bad components.
Who told you you was an Israelite?
The file system format, which is the
Who
formative
told
years
you?
of the child. Okay, the culture is bad, meaning they're already growing up in a bad culture.
Know what I mean?
In a culture that condones moral relativism, etc., and doesn't understand natural law. And the software programs that have been input into the child are bad, meaning their belief systems. Okay, what do you think the output of that quote computer is going to be like? Is it going to be good? Is it going to be chaotic? If I screw up my system's hard drive format, if I put an operating system that is like at alpha state and it's not ready for prime time because the development's not finished, it's half-baked, okay? And then I load crappy software that's full of bugs and the developers didn't really care about programming them correctly.
Money system. The developers of Black America had no intentions on programming you to know God. They had no intentions on programming you to get back to yourself or to be yourself. They had no intentions. How we know? Because I just read that to you out of Think and Grow Rich. What he's talking about is in this book. When I was in jail and got this book, man, the pastor in there was pissed off. Oh, there ain't no more of them books and you can't get no more. Because, you know, pastors are still niggas. Whether they white or black, they still niggas. They still got their, you can't know because I know shit. You know what I mean? So, I had my hand on this book, man. It kept escaping me. And finally, when I got my hands on this book again, I said I was never going to let this book go. And the Great Dialogue of Plato. You get the Great Dialogue of Plato and this book here, and then teach. First, the 10 Commandments is written on the tablet of your heart. It's on your heart. That's your shield. That's your everything right there. That's untouchable. Nobody can touch that. Once you walk in the 10 Commandments, live in the 10 Commandments, you're untouchable. Done. Now you can go to any force in the universe, inside or outside of man or yourself, and communicate. Be available, be aware. Goddamn water fly. My room is next to a bathroom. Not next to the bathroom, but a lot of water pipes close by. Anyway, this is written by Napoleon Hill, of all names. Napoleon Hill. Little Man Complex on the Hill. Yeah, Think and Grow Rich, written by Napoleon Hill. Get that. That confirms this, what he's saying.
Do you think that computer is going to operate properly and give me the output on the screen I'm looking for, or output on the printout I'm looking for,
They can
or
grow
output on
poor.
the internet that I'm looking for? Good
They can
luck.
go to jail.
If you know a little bit about computers, you're laughing now because it would be ridiculous to assume that it could do that. Well, why do we think that we're going to have that in our environment when all of these things are badly programmed? See, the
Think and
output
grow
onto the
famous.
screen is also
Think and grow
going to be
football
horrible.
player. Think and
If
grow
all
be a
those
better
three
black
things,
man.
you
Think
know,
you know what I
that
mean? All
determine
this
how
shit that don't mean.
the system works are also bad. So it will contribute to deteriorating conditions on a mass scale. Like a computer, the behavior of a human being largely depends upon its programming. And its programming is the quality of the information that is being input into it. The quality of the information it's taking in. The quality of the information it's taking in is going to determine the quality of the information it's outputting, like any other computer. So if garbage goes in, surprise, garbage is going to come out. If good information goes in, quality will come out. And the
Now, what's wrong with the black children? What's wrong with black society? What's wrong with black culture for over 400 years? Quality control. Damage control. Nobody sat back and said, hold up. No, we recognize some shit going wrong, but nobody literally said, hold up. This is poor quality, nigga. My shoes is high quality. My socks, my drawers, my bitch, my niggas, my ride. And my children look high quality. But when you peel back all of that vanity and all that superficial shit, when you pull back all that, poor quality, won't last. It's gold plated, nigga. Like these. Look good. Good purpose. I can see. I can read the screen. I know they're pretty decent in these. But they're gold plated. No matter what I think, no matter what you know, the truth don't need me here to be alive or dead. The fact is, it's layered, nigga. It's not right. It's not pure gold quality in the middle of all things. So you have to ask, you're a black child. What type of quality am I putting in you? From now on, when you see a child, no matter what color skin or religion, you have to ask yourself what type of quality of a person that I am to speak to this child. Because as soon as I say something to this child, they're going to fucking take that in, that informative information, and subconsciously begin to wake up an energy force that you have no control over. And then it comes back in when you're 90 years old and he's 23, talking about, old bitch, give me your fucking money. Thank you for teaching me this shit. Didn't I just make a video not too long ago where I told my master, man, a lot of this shit I got from you niggas. Y'all programmed me like this. The world made me what I am today. I just took what was on the outside of me and used it as a defense mechanism to protect what's inside of me, which is universal. So I have the universal power that is inside of me over what's outside of me. So everything outside of me is a weapon. Why? Because I have the experience with it. I have the knowledge. I'm aware, I'm woke. I see shit happening before it happens. Why? Because I'm tapped into myself, into the universe, into the earth, and I can feel the vibration like an earthquake. Or when I feel a train coming down the track of my life, I'm like, oh shit, let me get the fuck out the way before I get ran over. or if I'm the caboose on your train of thought. I can feel that. Let's finish that. Program, right?
Output will be as one wants it to be. It will be able to process and create efficiently, effectively.
Come on.
Not chaotically.
Preach.
Here's a very simple diagram. Again, if people understand it, they really get how natural law functions. And again, it's very unpopular. People don't want to look at what the bottom base foundation
Time to Exodus, y'all.
of this structure is. Because once again, this idea that knowledge is what's required makes many people upset because they want to believe they're going to achieve these things they say they want without doing the work to acquire that knowledge.
Without doing the work.
Understand the requirements for it.
I'm going to let Jesus do it. Jesus got me.
We start with available information. This constitutes
my money to do it.
Potential knowledge. And it can become knowledge if it's taken in, if it's amassed, if it's
my money to talk for me.
Okay? It can be gathered, it can be processed, it can be understood, and then it can be acted upon.
Right. My beauty take care of me.
This the grammar stage of this three-part process I'm going to explain.
The grammar.
Okay? You
I'm a
could
black
also
bitch.
refer to this as the input stage.
Right. I'm a bad
if we're
bitch.
looking at it in a computer model, this is the stage of inputting information or programming something.
I'm a black supremacist.
Okay? Now, the next step that's built upon this is once you've taken information in, necessary
right. I'm a white
information,
supremacist.
you then come to a position of understanding it. You know what it means. You recognize the patterns. All right? So this is the second step in this process. Now, your understanding or lack of understanding.
And your word breed life and death.
In the first stage, your knowledge or lack of knowledge is going
breeds
to
life or
lead to
death.
Understanding or lack of understanding.
Breeds life or death.
Have understanding present, your decision-making processes are going to be in harmony with what you say you want.
Breeding life.
Okay? You're going to understand, if here's what I want, this is what's necessary to get that, to make
breeding
that happen,
life.
to manifest.
Breeding life.
That's
Doing
understanding.
life.
It's a decision-making process that happens within
That's the
mind.
Yah and the Allah.
These processes take place in the human mind and are chosen by each individual based upon available information. So
now, praise Yah Allah. Praise Yah Allah. See, that's why I say Yah Allah. Because the frequency, the movement all the time is the Yah. Yeah. Yah. Hey Yah, hey Yah, hey Yah. That's the Yah. And the Allah. Arm, leg, arm, head. That's the frequency in the arm. In the leg. In the other arm. In the other leg. In the head. To get what? What it means, the God message. To control those who practice the reverse. The dog mind. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Hold on. Kinfolk, what's up? What's up, priest?
Hey, man, just sitting over here at the VA waiting on the ride back over that way.
Okay.
What you up to?
I was shooting a video called Morning Parrots, Morning Monkeys and Parrots.
Morning Monkeys?
And Parrots.
That sound like the VA.
Yeah, right? Because, monkeys, they don't do no research. They don't want to do nothing. They don't want to fight. They don't want to die. All they want to do is watch and then copy and say they did it, they was a part of it. So the monkey see, monkey do.
I don't agree.
Well, that's okay.
You know what? Not to be disagreeable anyway. That was a facetious thing.
That's cool.
True story about the nature of a monkey.
Well, matter of fact, we had that discussion. Matter of fact, you brought that discussion to me about the baboon thing, and that was kind of
about how to catch a monkey.
No, how their intelligence.
Did I tell you how to catch a monkey though?
No, you didn't.
Oh,
we're being recorded. That's okay.
I thought, yeah, it's okay. I thought I'd share with yourself the story about how to catch a monkey.
Okay, this is Priest Musa. Who's on the line. We thank you for your presence. One of my mentors, one of my great friends, who's talking with us. You want to speak on your behalf and finish your story, please?
Yeah, when I was down in Panama City, Panama, near the Chagres River. I was going through a 14-day jungle survival training course. And so for 10 days, we had to live out in the middle of the jungle with nothing but, 2 pounds of rice that we carried with us.
Right.
And everything else we had to get from nature.
Right.
And so one night for dinner, we had capybara. It looks like a pig, but it swims in the water. It's usually much bigger than a pig. Favorite food for predatory cats and reptiles, black king. But this one day, monkey was on the menu. And so we had to go out and set a trap to catch a monkey. So we would have to get a large coconut, find a troop of monkeys running around in the trees having their funs. They run in packs. They're communalistic animals. They're not individuals. They live in a community. They're a pack animal. They depend on each other for survival. They share with each other. But they like things. All of them like certain things. And one thing they like is shiny things. They like shiny things. They like shiny cars. They like shiny rings. They like shiny chains. They like shiny women.
Yeah.
They like shiny men. They like shiny things. So we carried along with us some aluminum foil. To the monkey. So we ball up in the form of a ball. We stand around a circle and we just start throwing the little aluminum ball to one another and kicking it and playing with it. We play with it for about 10 minutes. And then we take it and we put it inside of this coconut. We drilled a hole in the coconut, poured all water out, all the coconut juice out, and then made it just big enough to put this little aluminum ball into.
Wow.
And then we all dispersed. We left the area, maybe go about 200 yards away from the site. The monkeys all come down out of the trees. One of them would go over there and stick his hand in the hole, grab that little aluminum ball. Because he likes shiny things. He want to know what's all the fuss over this little shiny thing, this Cadillac.
Hey, Bush, what you say? He would have stuck his hands in that motherfucker, huh?
Don't the women like them shiny things, don't they? Bling, bling, right? Well, monkeys are with that bling, bling, too. So we come back to the coconut. 15 minutes later, we give it some time. 15 minutes, we come back. There's a monkey sitting by the coconut, hand stuck in the coconut. He got a hold of that ball, and he won't let it go. But when you put a baseball in the palm of your hand and you get ready to throw it, what happens? You make a fist. And the monkey had made a fist in grabbing the ball.
Yeah.
And as long as he had his hand in a fist, he wasn't getting it out of that little small hole.
Yeah.
But he wasn't going to let that ball go. He would die first. And exactly, he died. before he let it go.
Yeah.
But we just walked up on him and knocked him in the head with a stick. It was all over with, and it was dinner time.
Yeah. That's right.
So the lesson of the day, the moral of the story is, don't be a monkey.
Yes, sir.
Amongst hungry predators.
I got you. I heard that loud and clear. But you know what though? That's just funny you brought that up. Because as soon as you chimed in, we was just talking about that program, type of programming. Being layered. How people's souls are layered. And when you pull back that layer, it's a ball of foil, and you're grabbing that ball of foil, and you get your fist balled up, and you did not knowing you dinner, nigga.
Yeah.
Because that shiny shit in life, that thing that shiny on your, that shines on your soul, that false bling, is what's gonna kill you in this life and in the next.
What's bruh? What's the size of them wheels that people like? You know, what are they? 24 inches?
Yeah, no, they 32s now, man.
32
They,
inches.
yeah, they 32s now.
With the spinning, with the shiny rims.
Mm-hmm.
And who the first one the cops stopped?
The monkey.
The one with the shiny rims.
Right.
Easy to profile.
But see, but it also, what the hell is that over there? Also, that comes with that. Now, here's another part of the programming.
Yeah.
The self-degradation. Is it shining because this man has lowered himself to a monkey standard to where he's dedicated to the shine, or is it because he himself shine? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, because it's one thing to look good or to shine, not to bling. Because I've noticed there's a difference between shining and bling. Yeah. If you want that bling, you're in trouble. But if you shiny or naturally, then you're in the right place by nature. So we say blessed are those who love to shine and not bling. You know. Thank you for the confirmation, Prophet Priest. Really?
Yeah.
Cause I got my glasses on. They look expensive.
Mm-hmm.
They do. They look blingy and stuff, right?
Yeah, and then somebody will rob you because they think you got something more than they got.
No. But what we told them is this, right? I said, but when you peel back this layer, right? It's fake, man. It ain't real.
Yeah.
And so if you don't investigate the shine in your own heart, then everything else is fake in your life. You know what I mean? Even you're willing to die for that blame.
You know, when I worked for the Department of State, I worked for the Department of State at one time for 3 years. And I was working with the American embassies as the ambassadors, part of the ambassadors' security team. So my job was to make sure nobody stole no classified information.
Yeah.
No CIA information about, you know, the planned murder of some presidents across the world. Problematic presidents. Regime change, they call it. Regime change. So I was to protect that information. And then when they got hot, I was to protect the American lives. So they were all supposed to run over to the embassy. Then I'd get up on the wall with my machine gun and shoot it across the threshold.
That's right.
Try to harm an American.
That's right.
I wish I'd have known then what I know now. All of them be dead. this teach you some real good lessons. You know, the longer you live, the more you learn.
That's right.
The longer you live, the more you can learn. Put it that way, because there are such things as old fools.
Old news?
Old fools.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll take a young fool any day over an old fool. Because the old folks, he like that monkey. He got a hold of that ball. He's stuck. And he ain't going to change.
At all.
He going to die first.
Before he change.
I take my chance with all of those that's under the age of 35, 40. Then that, like my man said, I don't know what his name is, Freddie Jackson or whatever his name is. I better let him go. Teddy Pendergrass better let him go like a TKO or something like that.
And matter of fact, you chimed in on something. You had said you had knew my dad. Well, here's about to happen, and I would like for you to be on the panel as well, and or any other of the young brothers too who know how to do that Zoom. I'm not good at Zoom. Back to that bling bling thing. You know what I mean? When we share information, we don't charge for what people should know already. You know what I mean? I don't charge our brothers and sisters that should be naturally free. Because by giving it to them free, if I ever came to their neighborhood or the city, state, country, whatever, we're already familiar.
Charge them anyway, you get better results.
Well,
they ain't got no problem paying their adversary.
Well, at least in my personal travels, I'm just saying, just my personal travels, I've never had the want for nothing. Doing it this way for me, this is for me personally. As a personal aspect. I've never had to want or be concerned or have to carry guns and weapons into foreign neighborhoods. I never had to do that. So that's a fair exchange for me. To share this for free, to be able to move about this planet for free. You know what I mean? And to be able to be in peace, and joy, and express that.
Well, you know, in an ideal world, we would like to do that. But the reality, I think the reality is, you know, to put a little different twist on it, it's like they'll pay that Pell Man. They'll pay that Pell Man for rotten food.
I remember a time where there was no money, or where you didn't have to pay. You had to work.
We always had to pay.
You had to know something. You had to work.
We had to pay in labor. We had to pay in sweat. Sometimes we had to pay with pain.
Anything other than paper.
Sacrifice.
Anything other than paper, Musa? Is that okay? Anything but that paper, sheesh.
Yeah, I mean, you know, but you're still paying.
That's okay.
So, you know, the only thing that's free so far, and it's really not free, because if the lungs ain't working, you ain't gonna breathe.
Well, I know I don't want to work for free with this paper thing. That's all. I know that's for sure. That's free work. That's free labor working for this paper.
Listen, I was over on the other side of the other side of
I'm trying to make some donuts.
I was on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, right? And then one day I was calling the office and said, hey man, something happened down in Georgetown, Guyana. We want you to get a camera, get a radio, go on down there in Georgetown, Guyana, and call us back on the radio and let us know what's going on. And I said, no, I ain't going down there, because that's not within my job description. My job is the protection of classified material in American lives. And I'm not a private investigator. So I didn't go. But then a month later, I found out why they wanted me to go down there, so that I could see 300 dead people in the middle of the jungle, because they were stupid enough to follow a Pell Man from California, a Pell Man, out into the middle of a jungle. He got them all out there in the middle of the jungle, gave them all poison, and those who wouldn't take the poison, he shot them in the head, killed over 300 men, women, and children. Monkeys. That was the silver. That was the aluminum foil ball.
But they doing that. Know what? They doing that again. When Barack Obama bought those thingamawackies, don't guillotines. People think he ain't buy.
It's amazing, man. It's amazing, but you know, like, I mean, Barack Obama is one thing. Jim Jones is part of nothing.
Oh, and Jim Jones was part of that when he was in Nation of Islam and took out those 200 black men and women and poisoned them.
It was over 300 of them, brother.
Okay, over 300?
You didn't hear me when I said I got the call to go down there and investigate.
Yeah.
You didn't hear that part, did you?
No, I didn't hear that part. I missed that one.
Didn't it?
Yeah,
Musa ain't did no shit like that.
Oh no, I don't doubt that. Hey Musa. No, hey Musa, me and you are better than that. I don't doubt nothing. Yeah, I don't doubt nothing you say when it comes down to your scholarship, your experience. That ain't from you and myself, bro. No, sir. Because what it is I see it in your eyes. I see it in your wisdom, and I see it in your scholarship, and I see it in your hobby, and the language that you use communicating in your hobby, in your personal life, and in your scholarship.
I like to have fun with communications because when I was attending school as a little boy, I found out one thing. Why I know firsthand knowledge why our young boys and girls loathe.
Hold on. Hey, priest. Hold on. I think it would serve you more respect. Because people that are important do watch our videos, despite the numbers, despite what other people think here in Pittsburgh with us, you know what I mean? Despite. And we've been on here over 20, on this thing over 20 years every day, literally. And so we would ask you to share your expertise with the people so they would respect who's talking on this thing. That this is not entertainment. This is not your usual live feed where we come to lottie-dottie and do monkey talk and get our hands caught with a bald fist ready to be eaten.
Ready to be served up.
Yeah, because the dinner table was set. Real quick before I reverb back to you, I just learned it jumped from Agenda 21 researchers, whoever's going to be listening, to when they took it from Agenda 21 to Agenda 2030. Don't you know they took it back down to Agenda 2025? So in 2 years, all shit gonna break loose. 10 Commandments and make friends in a sincere heart, or you're going to die, monkey. And so we want to share with you, before we continue on, can you please share your credentials, your experience as a veteran, and how this monkey ties into monkeys and parrots? Because I ain't get to the parrot part. Yeah, so we just talk about the monkey. We ain't got to the parrot part, priest. Oh, we're gonna have fun with this. I'm glad you came in. Oh, this, as a matter of fact, this is a premiere when we put it on YouTube. Yeah, we're nowhere close to monetizing, but yeah. So, can you please give us your accolades so they can respect this conversation? Respect, in other words, put some respect on your name.
Well, let them figure that out themselves.
Okay.
Let them figure it out themselves. I'm just here to share a little word with them. It's not important who I am, really. I just want to share some information, information and first-hand knowledge about my travels and about my beliefs of where we are right now and what we need to do to survive. Because, listen, I lived in the jungle out there and in the snow and in the sand and in the mountains. So this is a time for time for us, really, to be in a heightened state of survival, because they've been committing genocide. There's a group that's been wiping us out every day. Over 50,000 of us die every damn night across America, and that's a conservative estimation, in my belief, because ain't nobody doing the math. Ain't nobody counting the bodies. We're not doing the body count.
And that's you know what's beautiful about what you just mentioned? I had just mentioned the math early in this live feed. Please continue. Thank you.
You know, so until we see, we've been the type, we're the type of people today, and have long been this type of people. You know, as long as I ain't see the shit going down, it ain't happening.
Exactly.
As long as I don't see it, as long as I don't taste it, as long as I don't smell it, as long as I don't feel it, it ain't happening.
It ain't happening. Is that the story?
That's the story. Just like the monkey that got a hold of that aluminum ball. This ain't happening. I got to get this out of here. This ain't happening until he see a hungry man walking up on him with a big stick and knock him out, and his hand relax. And the moment he get bust up in his head, he says, "It's happening." But it's too late.
Yeah.
That's where we are right now. It ain't happening. You know, the preacher say, "I ain't doing nothing wrong. They ain't gonna break my neck on the street like they did George Floyd. I ain't did nothing wrong. I's a good nigga." Like he different.
Welcome to the revolution. Welcome to the revolution.
Because of his status and his position as a minister, or as a teacher, or as a professor at a university, or a doctor, he don't see himself with that brown skin, that copper skin, that black skin. He don't see himself as a target, because he believes that his status and his position and his class is going to save his black ass. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. So they try to get away from people like yourself and I. They call us ingrates. You know, scum of the earth. Trash man. Derelicts. They try to get away from us. They move out of the neighborhood. That's why you see most of the neighborhoods with predominantly dark-skinned people in it, or you know, it's a war zone, man. Bunch of vacant property, dilapidated. It's a war zone. Basically, this is what a war zone look like. You go to war, this is what war zones look like. It look like Homewood, look like Wilkenburg, look like St. Clair Village, until they mow it all down, or Westgate.
And you know what's crazy about that? If one could elevate themselves like a what's that new toy everybody got? The shit that you can look on the buildings, whatever that thing is. If you can just use your soul or your spirit and rise above all things and look down, you can see a migration of this dilapidation. So in this migration of, there's a program, and once again, you just chimed in on the program, the lack of knowledge about what's being programmed, what's being inputted, and what we've got in the human stage. Like the child is an informative stage, and this is where most programs are becoming more injected in many fashions, and many forms of foil, and many balls of foil, that now our children of all races are becoming little monkeys and parrots. Cause you stick a parrot's head through a cage and cut his head off, he won't know. Like a chicken, with his head cut off. Say with the monkey with his arms cut off and his head beat upside. You know what I mean? With his head leaking. So something about the head and the arms and the legs get you cut off from the body, aka Allah. Arm, leg, arm, head. The God body information that reverse into the spiritual oneness, the Yah, the frequency, the program of life, going from backwards, from backwards to forward to the beginning, from the beginning to the end. That adds up. We can see that today. So this programming. So now we have the programmer's blueprint. Now that we have the programmer's source of income, we have the programmer's way he structures his cities and his buildings. Now it's time to come to the table and both of us got to put what they know on the table and begin to reprogram our informative state, which is our children, and begin to inform them as we digress in age by nature. In other words, give them an alley-oop. We gotta give the babies an alley-oop, man.
The scholar warrior, what frightens me most,
okay,
is the fact that we don't have the foundational structure anymore. That was a highly effective mechanism to teach, train, educate, inspire, motivate, elevate our young folks.
Okay, try this then. Or could we try this? We spoke about how you and me met. How did I get to the point where I met you, and how did you get to the point of how you met me? And then, what do we do since we've met each other? Has our life digressed or progressed? If it's progressed, if we've learned, then that should be something to give the children an alley-oop on. And then they can begin to develop other relationships and other examples from that. Because at the root source, our manhood is rooted in the creator of one thing. It's that manhood. For me, it's the 10 Commandments is how I met you. Now, how you met me, I don't know, but it works.
But see, the historical, the dialectical, and all the materialist things that operate in the universe says something totally different. You know, I mean, we have to do things quantitatively to an extent to where we have a qualitative change.
Well, quality is in there.
Qualitative change, okay.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Quality is definitely in there.
Well, I can give you one grade. I'll give you one grade off of this bundle. And that's all I'm giving.
That's okay. That's all I need. I'm not that hungry.
Just that one grape. Now, if you die of thirst in the desert, now I got a gallon of water, but all I can give you is one drop. If you die of thirst, do you think that one drop's going to save your life?
Let's see. From experience?
No, you're choked to death.
No,
that's survival training.
Let me finish. Let me finish still. One drop. I'm not disputing that, priest. I'm not disputing that.
You'll literally die from that one drop.
Well,
yeah, you're choked to death.
My experience, my experience. I'm not saying recommend it for anybody else. That's why we share with people don't.
I'm giving you a scientific fact, though.
Okay. Scientifically, that is for everybody, or for most things. Everything they say everything's not for everybody. So I'm okay with that.
So my point is
yes,
that man, woman, bipedal, humanogenic being. The second bipedal on planet Earth. Because you know Bigfoot beat us here, believe it or not.
Yeah, I believe it. He did. We got the history. I got the books.
Okay, great, fantastic.
Yeah, we on the same page.
We don't need to butter over that one,
No,
right?
not at all. That's why he pissed off right now. He want his shit back.
Yeah.
He want his planet back.
Man, I'm feeling him. Sometimes I just feel like howling. It makes me want to holler. You know, but what I'm saying is that the unification of the black man and the black woman around different sets of values, what we value, and our principles. Values is something that's a little bit different than principles in my teachings. You know, a value. You know, I used to hate cauliflower. You know, but when I got older, I started loving it. I didn't value cauliflower when I was young. When I was a little boy at all. Asparagus things, I couldn't stand them little small cabbages. They was bitter, they was nasty, they make you want to puke. But when I got 30 years old, man, I'd kill you over some asparagus. I'd kill you over some of them little small cabbages, whatever they used to call them. And, you know, that's an extreme example, but I'm saying my taste buds must have changed to something. Because at one time, what was real bitter to me, and I couldn't stand, I couldn't even tolerate it. But today is the most scrumptious thing. I could eat a whole plate of them little cabbages.
Yeah.
I eat a whole bowl of them now. Because, you know, values change, but principles, listen, this earth, as long as it has existed, has always followed a principle in terms of order of movement. And it all moves around the sun. It rotates around, it revolves around the sun.
There's a teaching called 12 around the one.
And all the rest of them planets line up and revolve around the sun too. That's science. This ain't no theory. This ain't no opinion.
Not at all.
That can be verified if you're smart enough to, you know, verify it, you know, through the science of the cosmos.
And to agree with you on that, and this voice keeps ringing in my head all the time. It's an imam from San Jose, California, by the name of Ibn Bilal Muhammad, over at South Bascom Avenue in San Jose. I want to say hello, big ups to my imams out there, buddies out there, the Pisces Project, the guys out there. Minister Barry Houston for the House of Sankofa. We want to say big ups to you guys out there too. Shay, miss you guys. Hope to see you again. Hit me up. Dang.
Well, so the black man, black woman got to get it together, because this is what's going on. The black woman has been, the black woman and now the black sons and daughters have been the most secret and the most potent weapon to use to eliminate a black man.
Okay, this is what I was getting at. To confirm that, we also came across, which I already got we already had the books written down from sun gazing and literally communicating with the sun, literally, and doing the research with the pharaohs about the pyramids, why the sun was so important, to the Aztecs with the sun temples, to all religions, they all had this sun temple. And it wasn't about worshiping. Somebody was getting information, and that's why they were called a priest, or Ra, the priest of Ra, or the priest of the sun. And from this magi, or what they would call they called a magician, which is in its connotation, magician or magi would take this information and be a monkey with it, like you said, the shiny part of the sun. You want the shiny part, the glory part, not the work, the existence of why the sun's the sun. And so to bring it to earth, he used to always hear I hear him in his head when we first met, Cause we always had a rebuttal, always. And he used to be like, man, I'm not gonna hear that monkey talk. And he'd cut me off, man. A priest, he would cut me, man. I mean, like I couldn't get nothing. Oh, I'd be frustrated. Oh, I'd be wanting. Oh, I mean, you know what I mean, cause that's that monkey in me. Yeah, and I didn't. What you were saying is like to confirm what you were saying. I didn't know that I was that monkey. That he, you know what I mean. I didn't see me as that monkey, and I couldn't let that shit go.
You couldn't let it go.
I couldn't let it go, man.
I know it was the hardest.
It was hard, man. And he kept beating me in my head with making me shut up.
Well, I butchered our history. Who was that guy that sang that song? I think we better let it go.
Let it go.
TKE. Come on, help me out here.
Man, I don't know. I Google everything, YouTube stuff.
Teddy Pendergrass.
Hey, all monkey stuff, man, I Google it.
Yes.
Yeah. But there's an occult teaching.
Some things we have to let go.
Right. But what we found out that
we're such a beautiful people.
Right, but
we're such a beautiful people that listen, the ones that got this melanin in them, the ones that got this brown hair and this thick, curly, kinky hair and big lips and broad noses and things of that nature. If they got any of those 5 ether, 6 ether, 7 ether, 8 ether personalities, and their ether is the higher the number goes, the blacker you are, the darker you are, the more pronounced your original features are.
Right. So right.
The more diluted you are.
Right.
And the more polluted you are.
Right.
Without bearing any liability for your own pollution.
This is good practice.
Because you didn't have nothing to do with your mama laying down with Gollum. You didn't have nothing to do with your mama making a baby with Gollum. You had nothing to do with that. But it's a reality. You're part of it. But it's a choice whether you want to behave like Gollum or not. And that's a struggle that goes inside of ourselves, against ourselves, to be better people. So they've weaponized our children and our women against us. And so even wherever you encounter, our women in the workplace, they got extreme hostility toward us and try to set us up to be murdered. And why is that?
And this is why.
Because they get rewarded.
Right. Now, and when you had mentioned the melanin, but when you mentioned the melanin and the goodness of us, right? When they put this is teaching called 12 around the one, and that 12 around the one is related to the zodiac sign.
We do.
To the zodiac, and with the sun being in the middle. And when they personified that one in the middle, they made these 12 senses, or the 12 senses of humanity. They poisoned it, while women turn in on men.
They're all gray.
It's been poisoned.
They're grays. Just look at their skin.
Cause they disconnected the spirit that created the sun in the sky versus the sun that reflects in them. It's been corrupt.
So,
and they had the teaching called the Black Sun teaching. It's rooted in Babylon teaching. It's rooted in African teaching. It's rooted in the teaching of, or we'll just say this, the ignorance of humanity.
How you doing, Carl?
Because this is the conversation that we're putting together, of having a discussion about the ignorance of humanity. Of that tree. the tree of good and evil, that knowledge. There's a lacking in that knowledge of good and evil that drives all men and women to be males and females, aka monkeys and parrots. 1044 or 144, just to the 5, 9, 10. That's what, 55, 10. On and off switch. So yeah, we have to cut away from that and say, okay, we are the center of humanity, man. That's the real nature of the one, the 12 around the one. The melanin is the center of humanity. But we let our self-centeredness disconnect us from the root of our shine, aka those with new names and those who seek the Most High. They will be medicine, and they will be like the sun with healing in their wings or their breath. Like you said, your lungs collapse, motherfucker. You dead.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying,
love you, priest.
We have to get back to ourselves. But before we can get back to ourselves, we got to, before you can solve a problem, the first thing we have to be able to do is recognize that a problem exists, to acknowledge it, and then have a desire to actually fix it. And these are all deals with choices.
Exactly.
It's a choice.
And
mystical about it.
And you chimed in again, another conversation I had with my mom. I said, one of the major sicknesses in the black consciousness is the art of choice awareness.
Oh, okay.
That
started the war. That started another war right there. That was like World War 16.
The art of choice awareness.
Because women don't like to be wrong.
Oh, well, because she works. But guess what? Because her monkey brain is falling off, and her parrot.
Her natural self. She's not a monkey.
Right. She's coming back to herself. Glory be to the Most High.
Sure, she's not in her natural state of mind.
She's coming back to her sonship.
She's not living like a monkey no more. She living like a leopard. And leopards are solitary. They don't run in packs. They're not social creatures. They just out there to kill something and eat it. That's what the leopard do.
Well, we think.
You don't want to meet a jaguar. You don't want to meet a jaguar in the jungle.
I mean, hey, if a person have to take on the characteristics of a leopard, then happy hustle. Cause I know I change faces, whether it's a panther, a dragon, a crackhead. I transform like a motherfucker. I'm guilty. I ain't gonna lie. I blend, man. I blend in, do what I gotta do, and I'm out. And it's written. He says, go amongst them, do what I told you to do, and get out. Don't you live like them? Don't you?
In the world, be in that world, but don't be of it.
Hey, thank you, priest. Thank you, Musa.
Hey, that's just, that's not a Jesus freak thing right there when I do that. But all of
no, this ain't got to do with no religious thing. That's life.
All of the sacred.
Hey, that's life. That has nothing to do with no Christian. It's not. See, a lot of that's what we're talking about knowledge. That people use cliches and words, and their limited knowledge, or in that box knowledge, or in that lack of choice awareness, they think that it started here. No, fucker.
Right.
Everybody had this experience before it even put it in a book, whether it's one book or 66 million books.
Ain't that new? It's only new to the ones who haven't heard it before.
We had to tell them it's like, no. If it's been put in one book, it's because out of other million books, he stumbled across one book that he can have an experience with.
Yeah, so.
Same book, different version.
New.
Same book, different version. It's called the Book of Life. What's your part in it, nigga? Come on, me. You know, when it comes to me looking in the mirror right now.
Right.
Me on the screen.
Right. When you have that talk with yourself.
Yeah. Where's your pages at?
Yeah.
And that's our power, because we have 9 books of our life of going through this war and talking to a priest such as yourself and enjoying this conversation, man. I'm so excited that you chimed in. It's definitely a holy moment.
Yeah, we have a lot of changing to do. But first, we gotta, like I said, we really have to be able to correctly analyze, to identify and analyze the problem. We gotta first know what the problem is. And the big secret has been for us for the last 200 plus years is that one that's called a black woman. But why is she the biggest secret and the greatest?
You know what the solution is?
Put her in her right mind.
Well, that's for her or him, for our people in general from experience. And this is taking a page out of your and my life's book. Speaking of a book of life. One of the main things that keeps me from collapsing at times, really, and it keeps me from coming in homeward and hanging out, is I'm sincere about you and my relationship as men. Sincerity and embarrassing you and embarrassing my family keeps me off them streets. And no matter the solution that we give people, if they don't have that emotion of sincerity, they're never going to be welcome. I just want to share that with the people and you, because if anybody would know me to be back on them streets, you would be the first one to see, hear it, and know it, and I wouldn't be able to say nothing, because the conversation would be, "Yo, boy, what's up? But in your spirit, there was times where I wanted to collapse because I'm fighting so much every day, and you pop up, man. Yeah, I'll be a couple seconds from, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, hey, that's why I keep my peripherals on, man. I keep my spirit peripherals on all the time, cause somebody you'll pop up. I'll see you. I'll be like, oh man, thank you, Father. And sometimes I won't even say nothing to you, man. I'll just run. I'm out. I'm gone. I see it. Boom. I'm gone like a little baby. Here I come.
Yeah, man.
So I'm being honest, man. I got, you know, and that's that how it's going to change. If folks is not sincere, this is not going to work. 1, 2. I don't know why people are scared of the 10 Commandments. Like, what is the big? Oh my stars! Is it because it's in the Bible? How about you fuckers read the instructions on how to grow weed, or how to mix up coke and fentanyl, and how to polish their shoes, how to braid hair, how to put fake eyelashes and booty, you know, how to go to war, you know, how to become a lawyer, how to make money. But here you had 10 simple things, and it's like Armageddon all of a sudden in a nigga's life.
10 impossible things. Wait a minute. 10 dreaded things.
Yeah, it's impossible. And I'm thinking, no, it's not. I'm living it.
Not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Yeah, I'm practicing this shit, man.
Animals, right? Hey, look, the one sister said to me, I don't need no man. I got a dog. I'm like, go Rennie.
Hey, I know a sister just like that. Oh my goodness.
But they don't know the danger of that. Don't you know that dogs can pass the dog diseases over to humans? Humans pass human diseases over to dogs.
Hey, and not only that, little do they know, they subconsciously program each other. They start taking up each other's personification.
So that's why I went out and got me a bunch of cats.
Hey, and that's what I did. I went and tried to breed me a cat, and that got taken. So now they want to become pussy now too. I'm like, okay, I don't need no man. I got a cat. I'm like, hold up. I had a dog, you took the dog. I had a cat, you took the cat. So I wouldn't get me a fucking reptile, Musa.
Oh yeah, yeah. I like to get me a Komodo dragon, but that thing is so crazy it might eat me.
Yeah. You know what? I thought about that. I thought about one too. I said, well, I'm gonna give me a Komodo dragon. I said, well, no, cause
he's bad. Yeah, that one right there ain't got nothing changed about it. The Komodo.
His nature says, you dinner, nigga. You dinner one day.
Exactly. We'll always be dinner.
So, if I bite you, you shouldn't be upset.
Don't worry about it. You'll be good.
Don't get upset, man. Don't get upset.
Yeah, don't worry. You'll be good dessert. Pecan pie.
Because you should have did your research. One. You should have got you some knowledge.
Pecan pie. Should have knew what I am.
I'm a dragon. I'm a Komodo dragon. I even got a type of dragon that I am.
I eat it all. I'm the top dragon.
Yeah. Yeah. It's in the name.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
For some reason, people take things that are being named for granted.
Them things can climb trees and everything. They swim. They climb trees.
And run up to 35 miles an hour.
Can't outrun it. Can't outswim it. And it likes to eat while its prey is alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And every time you squirm, he just keep munching.
Yep. And looking at you.
And that's the way I look at black culture. As it eating, no, really, the programming of what black culture started and what it is and what it always will be, and to hold on to that aluminum foil. Thank you for that confirmation, priest.
Yeah,
hold on real quick, please. This is the spirit, because this is being programmed in my head as well. Speaking of program, because I love my black people, my black brothers and sisters. See, and this is letting go the foil, the bling. See, loving your black people, and loving your black history and your culture, and the black music and the black frequency. That's that bling bling, because that's our language, bling bling. The get the big money is that aluminum foil ball. That look at me, you know what I mean? I'm the black man. I'm this. Look at me. I'm the best. I'm the God. I'm the king. I'm the queen. Me, myself, and I is the aluminum foil ball to that monkey shit.
Well, I have a question of yourself.
Sure.
Well, how did we manage to embrace the words? All I want to do is go zoom, 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 and a boom, boom.
And just shake your butt. Wreck shit.
How did we get that?
And then look at the person who made the song. Wreck in effect. A fast wrecking ball.
And I hope the listening audience is having a difficult time following us and making our point, because we're making multiple points, just like a 30 caliber machine gun. If you have a difficult time keeping up, well, you're supposed to. One of these points, grab what you can grab what stands out to you, and build on it.
Absolutely. Because my experience, that's what I tell folks, don't follow me. Use your own process. Your religion is like your underwear. I don't care what color drawers you got on. I'm more concerned about the manhood, what's covering your head, your thoughts. And my experience in black culture, looking at black history, looking at black Baptist church and black Islam and black this and black that. And then I was sharing with Pastor Bill, which is my dad, we had to get into this small conversation. We're going to have a Zoom meeting. and it would be nice if you chime in, and somebody who can host it, because I don't know how to do the Zoom thing. But the solution is that, in my experience, every time I held on to that black ideology and everything that came with that frequency, I keep getting beat in the head, literally, financially, the whole existence, my experience. Every time I presented myself as black anything or African American black anything, I literally got beat in the fucking head, and I almost died 3 or 4 times. When you mentioned how you chop a monkey, and this is literal though, Prophet Musa, and to survive holding on to this goddamn fucking ball of aluminum foil, this bling, I've decided to let go. And it's an amazing picture of living outside the box, living outside that bling, and said, okay, this is not La La Land, and it's not Wonderland, but this is a new manhood. And you got to be more like myself, who's willing to be a real man and create a new identity that the Most High will bless. That is it, us, whether we're together or apart. Because you take a mirror and slam it on the ground, it still has some reflection. Each piece still reflects. So we're saying, whether together as one mirror, one reflection, as we as in shards or pieces, let it still reflect some goodness. And that's the 10 Commandments. That's the manhood. That's the solution. And we live in it. God damn, I'm tired of fighting, Musa. Every day I wake up with some bullshit, B. And all we do is just sit here and meditate on the 10 Commandments every day, all day, and ask for permission. Because we don't know shit. You know what I mean, bro? I don't know shit.
Yeah, I feel the same way too. I mean, sometimes it makes me just want to holler. Literally, it makes me want to holler and go into a fit of rage. I have those feelings, and I don't like those feelings.
Know what I mean?
I don't like those feelings at all, because it's one thing to have the feeling, but it's a different thing when you have the capacity to act on those feelings.
But here's the thing is, when you act on those feelings in a righteous manner, not what you think is righteous.
What I'm saying,
yeah,
if I really wanted to go to war, it would be very ugly for a whole lot of people that ain't had shit to do with my feelings.
Oh yeah, pretty much.
For everybody.
Pretty much.
And I mean, that's what I did, you know, in my ignorance of serving my country. You know them folks in the military, all they are is professional murderers. They're professional killers, real bona fide, licensed to kill anybody on planet Earth. When Massa say, go over there to Indonesia, go to Vietnam, go to Africa, go to Trinidad, go to Barbados, go to Grenada, go to Panama, and kill them.
Right, you're programmed to go kill. Right, you're programmed to go kill, period.
So you think people like that can't utilize their skills? You think they ever forget those skills?
Absolutely not.
And so that's why I just ask, you know, I'm nobody. But, you know, I have a little bit of something that you can learn. You could be a better fighter.
But guess what, though? There's those of us that watch guys like you. At least my experience, I watch guys like you from state to state, veterans. No, I've been around a lot of veterans from state to state, and I've learned that compassion from you, because in domestic warfare, we have that same psychosis. that nigga, don't you know I will kill you where you stand? We don't give a fuck about no camera, this or that. None of that. None of that. Right here, done.
They say, oh, them veterans, they need help. You know, they crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Veteran is crazy. What's the only thing that drives a veteran crazy is mental anxiety and emotional distress caused by stupid ass people.
Right. And so, in the domestic veteran and domestic warfare, we say we have the same common ground when it comes to that type of thinking or lifestyle. But also, but we found out though, the common puppet master is
you can make this right.
The one who created the war in the first place. The same one that said go kill the people in Indonesia is the same one that said go get a quarter brick of coke and go sling it in Homewood.
Noriega was our main man. That's where, you know, back in the 80s, that's where we was getting all the Coca-Cola leaves was trafficked through Panama. That's why they took Noriega out of power. Because he was messing up the game. He wasn't letting the dope get through. Because see, geography dictates a lot of things. You know, geography has something to do with everything. So, but some things that we need to know as a group of people, and we need to look back at history and say that once upon a time, there was a civilization that was called Olmec. What happened to them? There was one called Hopi. What happened to them? There was one that called Inca. There was one that was called Maya. They all dead.
We know what happened to them too.
Yeah, they got wiped out.
We know what happened to them. This is the power of Rome and Greece.
They got exterminated.
Well, this is what they did.
That's what's happening to us, though.
Oh, let me tell you what they're doing. So, cause this is part of this veteran war communication / monkey spirit. This is what they do. This is what they did in history, and they're doing it right now. They're doing it right now. They go to a civilization, and they go to the person that says, "Who is your God?" Where it says, when you get the Martin Cena movie, it says, "Where's your leader at? Take me to your leader." Well, these pale skins came to our civilizations, plural, and it says, "Where's your leader at?" And every black civilization that proclaims self-God or self-worship, God, the creator of all things, sent this spirit, and he knocked their heads off. And he showed them that you're not God. Then he went to another civilization. He said, "Show me your God." He knocked their heads off. Next thing you know, he took over all of Asia almost, which is Alexander. He went there knocking heads off. And then he put his head on top of our head, called Jew. Now today we're black Jews with red, blue, green hair. So their mathematics, science, Geno, all that covers that. Then he taught them little demons and devils words or languages to keep their head but baffled, called it Satan. We had something like that. If you take out the word Satan, say the word say what it means, and then go build from that word say, and then look at tan, because to tan somebody in slavery means to beat you. Satan. So the words, they took our heads off, and then they tanned us, meaning they beat us with words, and then beat the words into us. And then the word became flesh, gave us a religion. So now we got a bunch of Satanists running around this motherfucker.
Right.
Who's been beat, head cut off. But so to make a long story short, we have to remove the heads of what it means to be black and put on the head of the Most High, which is the Ten Commandments. That is our wisdom. That is our key. That is our crown. That's mine. Prophet, priest, Musa, talking to Hosea, as in the Bible today. My name is Hosea. Your name is Musa. That's not a lie. I don't know how you got Musa, but I know how I got Hosea. And when I see the resemblance in the scriptures into right now, this gives me confidence of what I'm sharing with you today and what they're listening to. We have to put our minds and our heads back on of the Most High is the Ten Commandments. The days of you, Prophet Musa, and you agreed to the Ten Commandments. Your war tactics, your conversation, your heart thrives on that. In fact, that's what saved you from the war. To tell your story.
Yeah, I was lifted up out of there in a mighty way.
That's right.
I was lifted up in a mighty way. I was a go-to guy. Like every time they had a goddamn problem somewhere that they wanted fixed.
Yeah.
Other times they would call me. You know, it's like I was the fucking cleanup woman or something like that.
That's right. You was Musa. Come on.
You know, like the cleanup woman and shit.
Yeah, you ain't. But you ain't had no Aaron, huh?
If there was some dirty work to do, they send out Mr. Clean.
Where was Aaron at though, Musa?
There wasn't no internet back then.
No, I said Aaron.
Oh, Aaron is here. Oh yeah, he's here.
Okay.
Yeah, we were writing a book together.
Okay, come on.
We were writing a book together, and well, I wasn't writing the book with him. I wrote a portion of the book. I wrote the introduction to the book about the history of the evolution of the Earth as it was shown to me.
Right.
So that's why I ain't got no problem with Bigfoot. That's my friend.
Hey, they call them Yoslings. It's called the Coburn Bible. So if anybody don't know anything about that book, it's called the Coburn Bible. It will tell you about the first man and the children of light. It's called the Coburn Bible. And this will wrap together your minds who have the spiritual ears to hear, the minds to comprehend. And what was the other ones?
But there's Bigfoot, and then there's Yeti.
Yeah.
Different ones now. Some of them are. There's different. There's recessive and dominant. The black ones are okay. The red ones are semi-okay, and the white ones, you better stay the hell away.
Oh man, what's wrong with this phone?
Yeah, because the white ones, you better stay the hell away.
They don't play.
They ain't okay. They don't play. They eat you every day. In every kind of way. Yeah.
Yoslings in the Coburn Bible.
And they be hollering, and he go down in the dip.
Yosling in the Coburn Bible.
Let Yeti get a hold of you. He'll go down in the dip, all right. So you better learn how to cook, learn how to clean.
Not me. Not me.
War machine.
Yosling, Coburn Bible.
Yeah, I like to phrase things in the form of songs, you know.
As we should.
Yeah. I used to enjoy as a little boy. I always wanted to play the music at the socials that we would have. You know, the basement parties.
Right.
You know, where the little boys learn how to grind on the little girls.
In fact, it's written that Hosea, Musa, and the children of Israel all sang a song together. They sang songs together. So we're preparing for that song. Thank you for the confirmation, man. Thank you for the oneness. You're just putting in what my vision is already seen. We're just waiting for the E-man when we come to the table to come with his Islamic friends and start talking shit. But that's in the future.
The book that I was making reference to, that Aaron is writing, that Aaron wrote during his 7 years in the dungeon. The federal dungeon.
That's right.
17 years in the federal dungeon.
Yeah, his brain should be so free, he should be ready.
Yeah, it's titled The Most Holy Gospel.
Damn right.
It's titled The Most Holy Gospel.
Yoslin.
So, all it is okay, here's some words right here. And the words are from virtually everywhere. The sources of the words are the Kabbalah. The sources of the words of wisdom comes out of the Kabbalah, comes out of the Old Testament, or the Torah, comes out of the Quran with a K, comes out of the Quran that has a Q. But you got two different Qurans, you know that.
Absolutely. And about 1,000 different forms of Islam.
Yeah.
Just like Christianity. This insect farm is huge.
And then tracing it all back, it comes out of the book of the coming forth, of day by light. Yeah.
The natural cause and effect of things.
Yeah, it's our cosmology.
Yeah.
It's our idea of, the dark-skinned folks that everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people seem to misunderstand. They misunderstand the science of the respiration, the breathing process.
Folks, what it is they can't comprehend that we are the consciousness and the physical consciousness of the universe and the galaxies.
Yeah.
We're acting out, in other words, we're acting out the mind of the universe and the galaxies here on Earth. That's right. For us.
Exactly.
That's for us.
The cosmos.
Right. We are the cosmos. We are that. That's why the teaching is called the 12 around the one. Everything evolves around us, but we're disconnected from the 10 Commandments, which connects us to the source of us, so we can get back to that mountain that Martin Luther King talked about.
We're disconnected from something that's called Netu.
I'm not disagreeing with that language. We're not disagreeing with that. But for the babies, there's millions of babies on this planet, Prophet. They need 10 Commandments. They need this milk.
And all I'm saying to you, warrior and scholar,
yes, sir.
All I'm saying to you is go back to the beginning. Where did all this shit get started? Where did everything get started? Where did monotheism, a belief in one God, get started?
When the son of the Father,
mathematics get started.
Actually, we're shared with that. When the son of the Father left the house and said he wanted to do his own mathematics, he wasn't complete in wisdom. And so, yes, in this mathematical form of creation, yes, there is ones and zeros, this and that, but consciousness wasn't needed when it was already given, imputed to it. Like my TV is not smart or stupid. It's made to do what it's to do.
But we don't want to get into this Mao. A Mao is like a deep hole, a rabbit hole.
I got
you. We don't want to get into the Mao. It's like a.
I got you. Enough said.
What I'm saying.
Enough said.
I'm trying to break it down to say we don't want to get too entangled with the metaphysical things that our mind can't even apprehend. The objective is to deal with where we are right now.
Exactly.
And now, guided by the principles of the higher knowledge of things.
Exactly.
Because otherwise we can't evolve. That's why they say the average man on planet Earth uses less than 10% of his brain capacity. less than 10% of its intellectual capacity. That's a real serious indictment.
Okay. Now.
It's a real serious indictment, and it's true.
Right.
And that's why it's written in the book, study to show thyself approval.
Is it true that they say that the abdomen has a brain?
For the lack of knowledge, our people suffer.
Right. So is it true that the abdomen has a brain? A type of brain?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, the atom has a brain. Atom, has brain.
Okay, so when I'm getting a picture, I'm up in the sky, and I'm looking down on a pyramid. I'm looking at a pyramid, and I'm seeing four corners and a point in the middle. So it looks like that's a star pattern. Now, if I take my head off and I lay down, I fit that pyramid, which would be my abdomen would be the center of fire or the pyramid, my gut feeling. So when I bring the pyramid, the heavens, the cosmology to my physical body, because I have a star on my body, literally. That's how I can make the connection. And so when I lay down, because I tried it. So when I lay down on a pyramid, I become that pyramid because my abdomen is my conscious or my center of fire, my center of gravity, my magnetism, and my gut feelings. So now I'm connected to the earth, sun, moon, and stars. But now am I conscious of our creator, which is the sun, moon, stars, my abdomen, and the earth that I lay on, and its magnetism. So now by nature, I understand the process of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and why am I having this conversation with you using the words that I got from the sun gazing or sun watching or sun observing, literally. So we go back to the pyramids and they take off the capstone or the gold cap that reflects that energy, the pure energy, that makes sense. That's why the gold is not on the cap. So when we say they've taken what's another one they changed up? It was something beyond the when we say 12 around the sun, and they say, okay, well, Jesus is the sun or Horus is the sun. So now you've personalized it. So now we have another form of mathematics, time, space, or teaching or program. And this is what wars are built, because now what part of the arm, leg came first? And now who was the first head to be conscious of that? In other words, somebody wants their head on top of that pyramid to say, hey, I am the mighty, I am the first. When that is the first one is the first ignorant one who climbed to that mountain.
We are the creations of the fallen angels. And the fallen angels just simply means that, another intelligent being visited this planet and created what turns out to be yourself and I, the beginning of yourself and I. And they did it through superior knowledge of genetics manipulation.
Okay, now check this out. Thank you. Praise Yah. Thank you. Praise Yah for another confirmation, priest, prophet. So that's why they took away. That's why they killed. Hold on. That's why they killed the sun priest, because we know genetically by the plasma of the sun and the plasma in our blood, by the melanin of the sun and the melanin in our blood, by the chlorophyll in the plant, which is melanin, is the same melanin in our blood. When they killed the prophets, that's the prophet, when they killed the priest, which is you're the priest, we get that information of life from the sun. That's why it says the sun comes with what? Healing in its wings. So the son of the Father, this is where that teaching come in at. So this is why you get Jesus portraying the light of the world. That's why you get all religions portraying the light of the world. That is sacrilegious. So we agree with what you're saying, but it makes sense now when they tell you don't stare at the sun. What it is some of us have permission to stare at the sun to be rejuvenated, to bring the information down on Earth, back to Earth. I'm one of them. I have it written down, and we're going to meet up with Pastor Bill, because he said bring your Bible. I said, okay, we're going to bring the Bible, but also we're going to bring our scholarship, what we write from the sun, that quotes everything and every person in the Bible, and some. And so it would be wonderful, because we're going to start doing it here in Pittsburgh. We're going to be the beacon, the global hope of change. And it starts with breaking the program of the spiritual bondage or the spiritual fetter, and getting back to our sonship, so we can fly up out of here when we feel like it. So what's happening, what the Spirit is doing is gathering myself, my dad, Pastor Bill, you chimed in, some of your students, or some goes from the YPN, whatever sect, or any religion, sect, belief, thought of science is welcome to the discussion on this Zoom. And we're going to set up a date and have a discussion on what we can use and what we cannot use to create a new language. And have a discussion about why we should use the Ten Commandments as a foundation and then live our usual life, like our chonies or our underwear. Just because somebody's a Buddhist doesn't mean they can't practice the Ten Commandments. Just because a person's this or that don't mean they can't practice the Ten Commandments. If the wisdom is true, it'll work for me, it'll work for them too. And we'll all change by what? The power of that wisdom is what? The Ten Commandments. That's the driving force. It's going to do it on its own. It's going to flourish on its own. And we know this to be true. This is the energy out to the people, and it's sharing with you, Prophet Musa, for the fact what has to be done is in your name, Musa. And what's in my name, Hosea. And before Israel went to the promised land, Musa and Hosea had to have a discussion about God's will. So before I can take the mantle or go further, I have to master myself, my own house, talk to you guys about moving on to the new kingdom. Is that okay with you and anybody else? Do anybody have any objections with that? Let them stand forward. If they have any objections with the Most High's Ten Commandments that Musa handed down to Hosea to lead Israel into the new kingdom.
I don't hear anybody. I hear crickets.
Hey, me too, man.
I don't hear anybody.
I don't hear crickets because I fed them all to my dragon.
Anybody at home?
Nope, I gotta go buy some crickets then. I gotta feed it to my dragon.
Anybody at home? So,
Hey, I ain't seen a thing lift up. Nobody chimed in. It's like, say something against it at least. You know what I mean, Musa? That'd be the scary part, man. When you like say something against the teaching, if it's fake and if it's not, what if, they thought it was what's wrong with it. What's wrong with it?
Yeah, we have a hard time. We lost a real scholar warrior here about 6-7 months ago or 9 months ago, in the likes of a man by the name of Kevin Samuels. And that brother would be sorely missed. And but we still have Sister Shahrazad Ali. I believe she's still alive.
Live chat. We got conversations about for days. R. Kelly. We want to have a discussion about R. Kelly. Not on this segment, Musa, but on another segment of Morning Monkeys and Parrots. We'll share about the things that you're working on, and folks can chime in on things that need to be noticed out here to start supporting our brothers who's being entrapped. So,
it's our women that's
any live comments? Come on. Let us know you got any questions.
Doing it to us, and they're doing it for a victim's check.
It's still the morning. It ain't 12 o'clock yet. Morning monkeys and parrots.
They're doing it for a victim's check. See, the pale man and the pale woman done taught the melanated skinned woman how to get compensated for destroying a member of their race, of their ethnicity, a member of their tribe, of their clan.
Yeah. Cultural deprivation. I got the book. Well, I had the book. Somebody jacked me for it.
Yeah, so this is why we have the Camilla Harrises and the Ketanji Browns and the Susan Rices and the you name them. It's a whole bunch of them out there. The Oprah Winfreys and the Gayle Kings. That's why we have them. You know, they're showing the way, and the way is, hey, you want to get paid, destroy a black man.
Want to get paid?
Then the destruction of a black man, and you'll get paid well. And that's what they're doing. But who was the catalyst for this? It was the pale man and the pale woman who was the catalyst for showing them how to and training them how to get rich by destroying a member of their family.
That brings me back to that big girl, Monique. And before Monique got on TV screen, our sisters knew that they were obese. And Nancy Reagan and other folks was like, come on, America was getting obese. Biggie Smalls, obese. And all of a sudden,
Cedric the Entertainer, obese.
All of a sudden, yeah. What's his name? Funny comedian too.
Sinbad.
You know? There's another one. He's real big though. Thunder or some shit. Anyway. Damn. Slipped my mind. I fucking fast. Oh yeah, Monique rather. Now ever since she got on the screen and start dressing up and her bigness, that's, you know, and I love women. Woman is a woman, period. But we're just saying a pattern. I'm noticing a pattern had happened.
It's a pattern.
That when she started dressing all types of way, big girls, the big black woman started doing the same shit. Monkey see, monkey do. Then she started talking like her. And I think Monica was really upset that she was the one who pioneered this marketing of obesity.
Nah, I think Maya Angelou beat her to it.
No, Maya Angelou might have glorified it, but Monique made it a culture, because you get all walks of life with fishnet, spandex. I mean, like, you're like, baby, you beautiful for real. You are beautiful, but the rest of that is hurting the picture, baby. It's hurting the picture, baby. Like, same with me. I don't look so fly right now. I'm hurting the picture. I'm ugly as hell. My hair sticking out. Thank goodness I keep my stuff fresh. It probably smell like sweat. You know, so we're just saying, but I ain't gonna make it a culture. Oh no, I'm gonna put some grease in it, you know, twist it up. Or if I don't do it myself, pay somebody. But same thing with this obesity fashion. Like, they're fashioning obesity. I'm like, okay, Monica, you ain't mad because they kicked you out of Hollywood. You mad because you culturalize obesity like hip hop to rap. And I'm looking at our sisters who are so bent out of shape mentally, emotionally, and physically, who are what? The womb of our future children, or the womb of our future psyche. That has to be addressed too. When you say when women are, you know, that monetizing off of men, because we're the one making them fat. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, they gotta eat.
They gotta eat, man.
They gotta eat. I gotta get mine, driving around my whip.
Hey, and with all respect to the big girls, and all respect to women, and to the sanctity of having sex and being in love, big ups. We support that. But when I first had sex with my first big girl, hey, I thought y'all was abnormal. I said, how you got 2 vaginas? I didn't know I wasn't in the real one. I thought I was in the real one. You know what I mean? I was like, okay, you know, I didn't know. Hey, Bush, I didn't know.
Until you found out you was in a crease.
I didn't know, man. I thought it was. It was that. It was the skin before you get into the hole was that puffy that I thought. You know what I mean?
You're saying why it's so dry?
No, actually, it was kind of moist. I thought it was lubrication from natural woman, and it was probably sweat that I did. God damn it! So that's fucked up. You messed my visual all up. But we love you, big. I love you, big girl. I do. I love big girls, man. Y'all cool. It's not. You know, it's just that's messed up. You done tricked me. They tricked me, Musa. They tricked me, man. I thought I was in the hole, man, but I was in the roll. Roll out, nigga.
He used to make me laugh because there was one that he was calling Big Shirley. And Big Shirley, he said she was a baby hippopotamus. He said, you're a linebacker.
And you know what? Oh, speaking of linebacker, that one comedian girl. Bro. Oh, what's her name? She a comedian, man. She ugly. I can't. I'm ugly. I know I'm ugly. To somebody, I'm ugly as hell. I know. That's why I'm calling somebody else ugly. Fuck that. I know somebody calling me ugly, so I'm calling somebody else ugly. We just talk shit on each other, you know. But nonetheless, I do. I love my people. Let's get going to fuck them. I love my people, man.
When we look in the mirror, when we look at that reflection, looking back at us, you know, we got to say we love it.
Not me.
That's the way we are. We love it.
I know I'm ugly as shit. Get the fuck out of here. And I know I got flaws. Shit.
We got to love that image. We got to love it. Self-hatred is the biggest destruction of our people because
you know what I mean?
Every time I go to the VA, right? I walk around. I don't have no mask on because the law in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, according to the chief executive officer of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
oh shit,
you don't have to wear a mask.
Oh, you don't have to.
That's been lifted. You don't have to put something over your mouth. Yeah, it's not the law. It's not required by law. But you got all these people who are tied up in the emotions of fear. They're fear-mongering, and they want you to comply and to submit to what it is that they're doing. So you have to tell them, hey, I have medical problems. If I have a medical problem, I can't wear a mask.
Yeah.
And no, I don't want to wear a mask. I already got one. Don't you see it? It's on my face. See it? That's a mask. That's not me. That's a mask. That's a face.
Or
the real me lives in spirit.
Right. Or usually, or the mask of being called an African American, or the mask of being called black African American, or the mask of being that monkey you keep holding on that ball of foil. I ain't gonna never let that scenario go. I'm gonna rock this shit out that teaching, bro.
Aborigine, these are all labels.
Yeah, I'm not wearing none of those masks.
You know these labels confine us. Any label other than man confines us.
Period.
Any label other than live flesh being confines us. And so we don't have to wear these labels. It's a choice. It's a choice. But we're so caught up into it because we bought into certain principles and beliefs that's been passed on for generations. Can't you just be a decent man? Why can't we just treat people the way we wish to be treated?
And that wisdom and that cord that from my personal experience and from reading it in other ancient cultures, that these 10 commandments, regardless what language they came in or went out of, is the fact that that is our wisdom and that solves those problems. Because and from experience, even now talking to you, I'm using those 10 commandments to guide my heart and my mouth and my motivation. And to the audience who's been following us for over the past 5 years, and those who I've been talking to off and on for the past 10, and then those who've been watching and talking and interacting for the past 20. And so this is my life. And so what I found out, being around people who do not practice the 10 commandments, I get that experience what you're talking about, because every day, like I'll give you a prime example. My mom comes here as my home health care sometimes. And she looks so young. And she practices the 10 commandments as well. But looking young is in my family. My whole family practices the 10 commandments in one form or fashion. But they all look young. All my grandmothers do not look old, not one. And I've seen all 4 generations, 5 generations, the 5G's mother, 4G mother, 3G mother, 2G mother, 1G mother, to my mother, aunts. I've seen all these women. I've literally seen them. Shit, I forget my train of thought. Damn. Mother, genealogy. Damn. There's so much in this picture. I'm trying to crush them all in to make sense in this small amount of time, and share the information. Be cordial with it, if you know. Also, what causes us to forget sometimes is learning how to share the floor. Because sometimes with myself, I find myself, because there's so much information, it just pours out. And every time somebody says something, there's more information, it just pours out. It just floods out, and I apologize for forgetting what I was saying in mid sentence. But for the most part, sincerity, 10 commandments. Thank you, Father. That's what got me, in this lifestyle now. And it's wonderful. We get whatever we ask for. We're trusted. We're not offended by the monkey shit. We don't regurgitate other people's culture, other people's finances, or how they do things. We don't regurgitate it. We take some pieces from it and mix it with our personal food, if it's healthy. That's only natural. But in these 10 commandments, when it's written on the tablets of your heart, you're trusted. You don't need anything in this world. On the planet, yeah, you need a lot of shit on the planet, because we live on Earth. It's even the word earthling, earth tone, and earthware. And so, as me being a human being, I'm being aware of these facts. And that's how we keep our manhood on and create super friends. Yeah. We turn ourselves into I turn myself into a Superman or other supermen, and we go out amongst our super friends and have a super time and a super day and a super life and having super results. And everything should be supernaturally in harmony. I can see it. We can do it. You know what I mean? And it's in those 10 Commandments. But in the earth tone, right? Back into what? Our skin tone, our melanin tone, our tone of voice, all manners of tone and spectrums. Because I believe if you get a glass of water and you say something to it, that water will reflect the tone of your voice, which comes from your heart, which comes from your manhood, which comes from your melanin, which comes from your sonship, what comes from your star power, what comes from your cosmology, what comes from your galactical oneness, where you get the most high or the Yah. You become the Allah on earth. The arm, leg, head. So now we're conscious beings. And so we tell the people, you can do what you want in your world, but not on this planet.
Right.
You can do and say what you want.
Right.
Do what you want.
Right.
But it won't be on this planet too long. That's the message for the rest of life. 10 Commandments. How we know, Musha? Because Homewood would have destroyed me a long time ago if that wasn't true. Not saying anything bad or good. It's the fact that that place, like other places in America, is wicked as hell. And it's called black culture. And then the word black itself means to absorb. So if I see somebody with the light of Most High, I'm going to absorb that and spit the God part out. We don't want that. We want the life force. We just don't want the God of it. And so we'll do what? Keep consuming our babies.
Right. Eating babies.
That's right.
Having that Big Mac.
Yeah. Now everybody want to lick booty, and giving head is the shit. Called toppy. Right. Called the sloppy toppy.
Eating babies.
Eating babies, baby.
That's all it is. You eat these babies.
I was guilty. Hey, I used to like that shit so much, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Till I woke up to that shit.
Eat these babies.
I said, you nasty nigga. You nasty monkey. Guilty as charged, Moose. I was guilty as charged, man.
They say, eat these babies.
Yeah. Look, I ain't even want to have sex. Just eat these babies and I'm out.
Right.
And it only took about maybe a half hour. I'm out. 15 minutes, I'm out. Here you go, I'm out.
Yep, wham bam.
I thought that shit was cool.
They say wham bam.
Shit.
Wham bam.
Can't get no head and you can't masturbate.
But then the alternative is, okay, go ahead, speak up in here, and then pay me for the rest of my life.
But what the Spirit is telling me is that's an unconscious selfishness.
Yeah. But even though it's unconscious selfishness, it has an impact over the lives of others.
Right.
It has an impact. So it's beyond just them being selfish. It's outright.
Not about me. I'm saying.
It's outright evil.
Yeah, I wouldn't have
to enslave a man with his own seed.
Oh yeah, on a woman's part, yeah. Oh yeah, cause yeah, you get some females. That's all she want to do. That's
yeah.
it.
Just want that baby. You make that pretty baby, but the truth is, I don't want the baby. I want the benefits that could be derived
The
from
energy.
having the baby.
Yeah, the energy of the baby. Inside me and outside of me. Hey,
The cash benefits.
will you stick that seed in me, in my vagina, and you stick it in my mouth? I want all life force.
I want all your whole life. I want your soul.
Man.
You belong to me. You're my slave forever until you're dead and gone.
Hey, you know what's crazy about that? I've been hearing that from 2 or 3 females like a couple times. Like, you gonna always love me and all that. I'm like, and I never understood that when I heard a dude tell a female, bitch, you gonna always love me. Till I heard a female tell me, you gonna always love me. And I'm like, who is she talking to? Like, me? You got it fucked up. Like, okay. I'm going to use that to my advantage. I'm going to fuck with you when I feel like it. Actually, I'm going to fuck with you is when I want you to think that I need you. So, okay. Since you want to put that curse on yourself. I get that picture. Thank you for that confirmation. I had to use that battle tactic on a personal too. You're going to always, you need, like, I want your soul, like, if they could put you in jail and still get the benefits of your existence, they keep you in that motherfucker forever.
What's the word? Bonds.
Yeah.
And that's what's going on for real. That's why there's over 5 million of us locked down. 5 million.
5 million.
More of our
Damn,
people
my shit
in
froze.
than there are people in Gambia.
Wow. Welcome to America.
Then there are on the island of Barbados, the island state of Barbados. That's more people than what exist on the island of Barbados. And that's a nation. Island.
Hey, what's your news on Haiti's revolution? Last time I had tapped into that. Haiti, man, they was man.
It's getting ready to get hotter. That's all. It's getting ready to boil up, and right now, as we speak, there's a national shutdown in South Africa right now. With the economic freedom fighters, that young brother Julius Malema, who's bound to be president of South Africa one day, if not in 2024, one day.
If they're gonna let the so-called black man who's elevated himself to being a man cross over when this shit hit the fan?
It ain't a matter of them letting it. It's a matter of forcing them to get the hell out of the way. And that's what's in the workings right now. Get the hell out of the way. We're not asking for your permission to do shit because you're not over us. Kill us if you may. We're gonna kill back. Just to let you know. You kill me and I kill you. Just be killing each other. Because that's what it takes for a bully anyway. A bully ain't gonna get up off him until you beat him into a coma. For killing, that's the nature of a bully. You got to take the bully out. You got to beat the bully out of the bully. And you ain't gonna beat him with that. Please stop. Please be kind. Please be fair. Please be reasonable. Please be this. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? The problem is that for a long time we've believed that everything that walks upright and got and bipedal, that its character is humane.
My attitude is I ain't got ass and titties to give them, so I don't know what they're gonna do.
But we're too forgiving. You know, we're afraid to say. We're afraid, like I was telling the young brothers down there across the waters. You know, why are you so afraid of saying, "Get the fuck out of my house"? We're on my island. We don't want you no more. Go away. You won't tell them to go away because you feel inferior. You feel that if they go away, that you would be doing an injustice, that you would be being unfair. When you got all the reason in the world to tell the motherfucker to leave your house. He in your house. He tearing up your house. He's stealing shit. He busting pipes. He cutting wires. He's starting floods. He's sabotaging your house.
He got
right
shit.
In your face.
He got shit all on the floor.
Right in your face, and you won't tell him to get the fuck out.
He won't pay rent.
He won't do shit. He won't share the food, and it's in your refrigerator. He won't share the food, and you're scared to tell him to get the fuck out.
And he fucked up the medicine. He fucked up the pill bottles and shit.
So who's retarded?
God
Who got
damn.
the problem? So who got the damn problem?
Nigga done cut the TV cord for crack. For the crack pipe.
So really, who got the problem? It's the owner of the house that got the retard problem.
Always late for class.
It's got an abuser, a murderer, a plotter, a liar, a thief in its house, and it won't kick it out because it's trying to be fair. And when clearly everybody can see, man, this is an abusive and dangerous relationship. This motherfucker gonna cut your head off. Oh, I can't believe that. I just want to be fair with him. So be fair. This motherfucker done everything to you bad except kill you.
And he's doing that slowly.
He done did some of that. He done killed some of your family members, and you still want to let him in your house.
And you haven't made the connection, and we're saying third party, and you haven't made the connection. His version of fear is not what you think fear should be.
Like you'll never be free as long as you have that vandal in your house.
Never.
Everything you do, he right in your house watching. And you think he gonna let you do something to get one up on him? While you trying to get one up on him, he's trying to get 5 down on your ass.
We got one solution. If we change our language, he can't call us for no money. He can't call us for no energy or nothing, because we don't know what you're talking about.
We got one solution. Separate from that asshole. Separate. That's the solution. Let it go like another love TKO. We're in a sick, very sick love affair.
Hey.
A bipolar love-hate affair. It's a bipolar relationship. I love you, I hate you, I love you, I hate you. I love you, I hate you. I love you, I hate you. I love you, I hate you.
I love to hate you. Da, da, da.
I love you, I hate you. 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 It's a bipolar relationship that's based on abuse and hate and resentment and animosity. And
Don't want to let it go.
He ain't trying to be like Forrest Gump and say, run, Forrest, run.
You don't want to let it go. And that's what we meant by letting go that black thought, that black thing, because it's not going to happen.
Well, that's the way we are here in America, too. You know, the police kill us every day. And for, 2 months, 3 months, we talk about it. We talk about the treachery of it. And then 3 months later, we done forgot all about the shit. Another black man get killed, and another one, and another one. They already got our pattern. They're like, these niggas just love to be abused and murdered. They love it.
Right?
Because they ain't got together yet to stop us. So they just love it. They got short-term memory. They got long-term memory loss. Long-term memory loss.
And that term is getting shorter, too.
They just remember things for a short while. And then it's back to business as usual.
Oh, praise the Most High. You chimed in on another conversation I had with somebody. I said, you know why a lot of people are misinformed? Because most people from the 90s up until now is programmed to get the short version. Everybody wants the short version to a story. Man, just get to the point. Well, there is no point if you don't understand the beginning. And so now you got this LOL, WTF, LMA, now you're talking in acronyms. So it's like, okay, out of all the words that start with LOL, why do I have to stay stuck on laughing out loud? It could be loving over lust, living over leisure. You know what I mean? But the program says, when I type in LOL, some shit's funny. Another one was, in the scriptures, when you see Lord, when they're talking about the Most High, it's in all caps. Nobody complains. When you see Lord talking about something else, it's in lower letters. Rightfully so. Nobody complains. But also coming up a kid, it says, always keep on your best thinking cap. Lord, thinking, God, man, image, okay. So I put on my best thinking cap. So I start reading books, studying, researching, living things, being a part of nature. I breed dogs, cats, all that. Even as a child, fish tanks, all this. Cut snakes, like any other child. Cool. We're talking about literal language, thinking caps. So now, and programming, and we had something to do with computers. So now, when I start writing in caps, they said, well, why are you screaming? Why are you upset?
Yeah, because that's what the all caps is.
Yeah, that's what they say it is.
Yeah.
But I don't live like you. I'm not in your program. I'm not in your artificial intelligence world.
Well, in court writings,
yeah,
you do something in all capitals. In the courts, what it's interpreted as is whatever is in all capitals is really not on the paper. Why? Because nobody writes like that.
Exactly. And that's why I write everything in all caps. Because nobody else writes like that.
Nothing was said.
Yeah.
What matters?
What do it matter what I write? You gonna think what you gonna think any fucking way. You know what I mean?
Right.
So they're talking caps, thinking caps, because they do the same thing to the Most High. When you put L-O-R-D, the Lord, in all caps, they don't give a fuck what he say anyway. So they don't give a fuck what I say, so I think in caps too. Shit, why not? That's the logic, man. You're yelling. I'm not yelling. You're yelling because I'm not writing like you. I'm not thinking like you. I'm not thinking small. I'm not thinking lower capped.
Billions of language. So
Yeah.
billions of language.
Man, language is knowledge. Knowledge is wisdom. When it's come under and overstanding, when it comes to what is good and evil, you have the over and the understanding on both perspectives. It allows you to observe what good and evil is and say, I don't want to do that. That's for you motherfuckers. You want to say about arguing about what's right and wrong? You do that. I'm going to go over here and do me.
The song just popped in my head about that too when you said "do me." There was a song written about that. Yeah.
Is it the old song or the new old song?
It's the old song.
Do me, baby.
Yeah.
Teddy Riley.
There was a woman. Do me,
baby. Like you never done before.
Before.
Yeah. hey, Prophet. Hey, I tell him I can't sing a lick. I even made a song about it. It's called I Can't Sing a Lick, and I meant that spit, and I'm not your entertainment, B-I-C-T-H. Yeah, I'm not your entertainment. I can't sing a lick, but we're going to enjoy this life.
I can't get that song out of my head. That girl says, I don't cook, I don't clean. I make you wet.
Yeah. That's all I do. I don't cook. I ain't feeding you nothing but this wet ass coochie. That's all she got.
But you know, this is part of the program, programming people into certain values, thought patterns, and things of that nature.
Yeah.
Break the program, but before we can break the program, we got to know that we're in the program.
Right.
We're to awake from the program.
Right.
Recreate another program.
Absolutely.
To elevate us.
And in fact, I'm watching I had a video on talking about that. I don't know if you want to hear it along with us. If you ain't doing anything, it's exactly what you're talking about. Matter of fact, no. There's a book I have called Think and Grow Rich. And it tells how they did the programming. But then I have this video on YouTube where the guy goes into fine details what we've been sharing and been trying to tell people in spurts. Meaning I might be in Cali, you probably in Africa or somewhere, and there might be another 100 of us, but we're scattered trying to tell people about reprogramming ourselves. Because there is a hidden knowledge that's not for the masses, that controls the masses, that if they knew this law of attraction or this information of programming, if it's not meant for the masses to actually come out of their process, but at least the negative in their process, we can still be able to clean up humanity while the masses stay in their cleanup stage, while those of us who are in the esoteric stage, we can destroy the program that diseases the rest of the garden, for lack of better terms. We as gardeners, we can clip this, clean this shit up, clean the garden up by removing these parasites. And how is changing the knowledge. Because how they changed our knowledge is they cut the heads off all the men of the sun, children of the sun, including myself, or the dragons, or the serpent knowledge, or the pyramid, or the center of fire. Because the combination between the pyramid and the dragon is they both mean center of knowledge. Pyramid, fire, middle. Dragon has fire in his heart. And his knowledge is in the fire. And the Most High is what? A consuming fire. And what's around the tree of life? Dragons, or called seraphims. Fiery swords of the Most High. And if you stretch a dragon out straight, and he starts shooting fire, the body would be the handle of the sword, and the length of its fire will be the length of righteousness. Those who have ears, let them hear. Those that can feel the truth, let them stand up.
Yeah, we just got to break it down, take it out of metaphysical and put it into the concrete material, put it back into the physical world where we are.
Yeah.
And use some plain language, and then we can go.
Okay.
Because a lot of people get confused. A lot of people get confused because we mix in the metaphysical with the material, and then we can't comprehend shit.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
We can't comprehend it because we mixing and matching the two, because we're holier than thou, and we want to keep our moral compass, and but that's just theoretical. It's not in practice. We got to break it down to practice now. So the 10th commandment's got to be values and principles that's embodied inside of our heart, and we got to live it every day.
Right.
We got to do it every day.
Every day.
It ain't about talking about
every
it
day
alone. It's about talking about it and walking about it.
Right. That's the rules.
And to be a more useful vessel, or be a more useful instrument to our people and to the neighborhood, to the community, and to the nation,
right,
to the world.
I can see that. When I say I mean EYE, I can see that. We can see that. We're definitely on the same frequency, and so we're everything is on schedule. Everything is definitely on schedule.
Yep. That seems to be a problem, because I was talking to a guy the other day, and I was like, earlier I brought up the point. I was like, don't you understand the life cycle of the Earth, or the life cycle of any other planet? Do you know that the Earth is a living, breathing thing?
Right. They don't know.
You don't know that?
And it responds too.
This is how critical our thought has to be, and how simple it has to be. Every time you feel an earthquake, the fucking earth is growing. It's expanding or contracting. Every time you feel an earthquake, every time you see a volcano erupt, you better know this planet is alive. But we don't get it that way. And I said, and at one time, all of the land mass was on top of the bottom of the land mass, because you got a foundation, and that's the floor of the ocean. That's the foundation.
That's the foundation.
That's the foundation. But some of that blood creeps up to the surface of the skin of the earth, and it turns into soil and mountains.
Matter of fact,
mountains erode.
I compare that to the pores of our skin. When the hair pops up,
Yeah, so the earth is a living, breathing thing, and if you can't comprehend that one time the land mass was in one place, all you got to do is put a quarter on a basketball, and then spin it. Just put the quarter anywhere. You'll see that basketball, when it gets to a certain speed, it's going to start to wobble, because it's got that damn quarter to it. It's going to wobble. And I'm like, the earth is the same way. The earth rotates on its axis as it's revolving around the sun. Now you can take the microcosm and compare it, correspond it to a macrocosm. Just like you can take some little micro things that's inside of our body and see how it impacts our whole body. The macro body. There's a micro body. There's a macro body.
Right. There's a microcosm and there's a macrocosm.
Exactly. So, you know,
That's in everything.
When we use the words know thyself, imagine if a man really knew everything about himself.
Then what?
He would be considered by everybody.
What?
He would be the smartest motherfucker on the planet Earth. In the galaxy.
Now, time out. Now, understand what you said, though. You said macro and micro. Micro is not in the same language as macro, even though they can communicate. They do communicate, but they still don't have the same language at the end of the day when it comes to functionalities.
They're on the line of correspondence. They're opposite ends of a pole, but they are connected.
Okay, so when they say a man is the smartest man on the planet, it's not in saying book-wise. It's saying because he's in tune with the things that are on the planet that creates books. Would that make sense?
If he's in tune with himself, he's in tune with the cosmos.
Okay.
If he knows himself, then he knows he's the micro.
Right.
The macro
cosm. Right, I got you.
He's the micro.
The microcosm.
The macro cosmos.
Right, who is conscious on Earth.
The macro cosmos is embodied inside of him.
That's on Earth.
That's on Earth, yeah.
Right. And so when the microcosm communicates with the macrocosm and it tells him to write this shit down, what's the problem? What's the problem?
Well,
if the micro is staring at the macro and you're getting the information from the macro and the source of all things, and it says, here, write this shit down and get us to these other folks, what we supposed to do then? Ignore that?
It's not one-way communications. It's two-way communications. The macro is a larger, is the outer part.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's the outer part.
Exactly.
Of the body of knowledge that's contained in the micro.
Right.
So it's like, okay, you know, you have a circle. You have a circle, and no matter how big or small the motherfucking circle is, guess what? It's still a motherfucking circle.
And there's 12 within the circle, 12 around that one.
It has in a circle, you don't know where it starts at, and you don't know where it ends.
Right. Alpha and the Omega. Cosmology says when the ram goes into the Taurus. And
it has no beginning, it has no end.
Right.
And we call that the black dot.
And then when the sun goes between the horns, the black sun.
We call it the black dot. And what's the black dot on the micro level? It's all of that dark matter that's out there, that what appears dark to us. It's the womb of the cosmos where planets are born.
But here's what's missing in that conversation. As I hear that conversation a lot, and this nobody's saying anything for or against it. We're saying, but still nobody's talking about the light that surrounds the dot. See, I wouldn't know there was a dot there unless it was on top of a piece of white paper, and I wouldn't know the white dot was there unless it was on top of a black piece of paper.
There ain't no light around it.
Wow.
It in itself, it's all dark.
Right, in itself it's dark, but around it there's a bunch of light. And it's not a flashlight or sunlight. It's a different type of light.
Well, yeah, I guess we could kind of say that, but when you peer into the outer reaches of space, is 90% dark matter.
Right. Well, we embodied that ideology. We said, okay, how can I bring this to Earth? Remember, my imam always said, he always keep telling me, I keep hearing in my ears all the time for years. If you can't bring it to Earth, then ain't no sense of saying anything.
Yeah, don't talk about it if you can't bring it down to Earth.
Right. So, in my mind, and I do this frequently. I made a habit of it. I get into the darkness of my mind, which nobody else can see or get into, because it's mine. And so I pick and choose what I want in my mind, and so that's my black dot. But my light is the light of life, which is the Creator, the Most High. When I come out of my dark mind, now I'm bringing light to what is given to me. Now my eyes are still closed, but I have an experience with trees, fruit, veggies, animals, hate, anger. I'm familiar with these tools in life, but now I practice this choice of awareness now. That what tools will guarantee me a good day today, and what can I do as a habit to guarantee me a good day tomorrow. And so I come into a habit of collecting holy moments. I said, and I named it holy moments. How do I collect holy moments? How do one collect holy moments to guaranteed a good day? Yeah, because tomorrow's promised.
We do that by going outside of ourselves.
Well, we'll go back to the black dot though. To go outside us, going outside us. At least what I found out, to go outside myself is to go inside myself. Because when I was born, I was taught to live outside myself was really myself when it wasn't myself at all. It was a bunch of fucking ideas that didn't belong to me. But since it felt good, and since it was blingy to it, and under drugs and alcohol and money and the bling phobia, I didn't mind getting beat in the head and then put in jail, shooting niggas shooting at me, sleeping with other people's women sleeping with my, I didn't mind that. Why? Because I thought that part of myself was good. And I got mad if you didn't pay me for it.
Earth, Wind, and Fire said it best. Earth, Wind, and Fire said it best.
What did he say, man? What did he say?
When they said, reasons in the song, reasons.
Oh yeah, reasons that we hear. Ever feel like a wall disappear. Oh, and da-da-da-dee. Yeah, I remember that. With all my life. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that's what I grew up on though. I grew up on those songs. I grew up listening to that music. That was my hip hop.
Said it best. Stevie Wonder said it very, very well. Songs in the key of life. Songs in the keys of life.
Yeah.
So I told my youngest son over 35 years ago, I said the problem in the world today is we're getting the wrong messages. So what we have to do is resurrect the old school music, because what's happening is that we've actually lost not just knowledge of ourselves, we lost knowledge of love. They wrote a song about it. Where's the love? Where's the love? You said it was mine, all mine, to the end of time. Was it just a lie? Where's the love?
Where's the love?
See, so when it comes to love, there's the micro love and appreciation for the self, for the world.
Yeah. No,
no. I mean, so the message is basically that I gotta be useful until I go into the grave. I have to take what I have, the riches that I've gathered inside of myself in terms of my thoughts, in terms of my ideas, in terms of my customs, in terms of my practices, and in love, share that with somebody to make a greater love amongst people in the world, to change, to transform a hateful environment into a loving, caring, compassionate, a just environment.
And guess what?
So this is to a just environment. And this is what drives me to do the prison ministry. This is what drives me to do the youth ministry. But you know how much sacrifice it is?
Hey, Musa, I didn't know you were doing prison ministry.
When you I've been doing this shit since I was 20 years old.
Man, I want to get into the prison ministry. I want to go.
It's about Nike.
I want to go to prison ministry. What's up, man?
It's about Nike. It's about Nike. Just do it.
Come on, how we get in?
It's about Nike. Just do it.
How, man? How? It's in the name. How?
Any way you want it. Any way you need it. Any way you got it. Do it. It's a sacrifice.
Well, somebody hand me the keys. I'll go. I'm ready. Let's go.
It takes a desire. It takes compassion. It takes concern.
Right? It does. And
it takes sacrifice.
Hey, don't forget sincerity.
Well, yeah. It takes integrity.
Yeah.
A higher human personality to care for your brother.
Right.
To care.
I want to go.
It ain't nothing complicated to treat people the way you want to be treated. You lock down, don't you want somebody to call you? Don't you want somebody to write you? Don't you want somebody to help you? Get out of a jam? Yeah, everybody wants somebody to help them when they're in a jam. Everybody wants that.
Jam. Ooh, jam. Jam. Jam for me now. Don't.
It's common sense. Even a 3-year-old know it. But see, the problems with the so-called adults is we make shit complicated because we're trying to trick some motherfucker by it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We're trying to get the one up and the one over. And we gotta stop it. It's not being honest.
You got to believe me.
It's not being honest. It's not caring. Nobody needs to write a business plan to be a decent man. No one needs a 501c3 to be a businessman. A man about business. Of helping his people. And helping his people, he helped himself. That's his purpose. He wasn't designed to be here on earth all by himself.
Yeah. Nobody wants. Matter of fact, you can't even consider even the thought of wanting to be a king or a leader, thinking you're gonna do something by yourself. Cause I learned through the history of kings, especially the priest kings and spiritual kings who was connected with the cosmos himself and overstood the power of the Most High Yah, is that we are servants.
Yes.
Period.
Right.
And in that, I enjoy being a servant, man. There's nothing like being a servant. Not saying I'm being self-proclaimed, but just being a servant is enjoyable for the sake of just the word servant. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
But I'm just saying for what I've taught, what I've learned, that kings are servants. I'm just saying, me on this level, I enjoy being a servant. So, there's nothing like it because there's trust, there's integrity, there's freedom to walk through the land. You know, There's nothing like being able to go to and fro no matter where you want to go and how you feel, and don't have to carry a gun or a knife. You know, don't have to be where somebody snatching your chain, and it feels good. But what I will say to other Hebrew Muslims and Afro-Asiatic brothers and sisters, and when I say Afro-Asiatic brothers and sisters, we're saying that whatever your religion is, whatever you choose to better your life with, is none of my personal business. My personal business is the Ten Commandments. And if you're not doing the Ten Commandments, we're definitely not going to, our relationship is not going to go but so far, period. And we're going to argue.
It's not really about the 10th Commandments, because, see, that's a label. You treat me right, that's all.
Well, see, here's this is...
treat me the way you want to be treated.
What we found out is this, though, Prophet.
Because there's 631 commandments.
Well, Prophet, here's what we're sharing. To keep it simple. And from experience. No, we're just saying, well, keeping it simple and from experience. And we're saying the first you have to do it my way, do it your own way. But what we do know from watching other people's practice and reading the practice of just doing the Ten Commandments, how you do them, and which order, to each his own. Incorporate them.
You want to be careful not to put it in the realm of the individual pursuit of happiness.
No, you can't put that in that.
Do what you want to do.
Well, no, because the Ten Commandments won't let the Ten Commandments won't allow you to be that way. It just won't. Something in that practice. What I found out in that practice, you're going to come to an epiphany of this. You're either going to be a man about what's happening around you and conquer the decisions that's troubling you inside, called the war with self, or you're going to put your manhood down, put on somebody else's baseball cap called Pittsburgh Pirates, Philadelphia Eagles, Sean John, Gucci, and then my whole life is going to evolve around somebody else's material world or somebody else's train of thought, which I'm going to always be the caboose.
Diddy.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you're going to be on Shitty, Ricky, Koki, Loki, Pokey, and Shinoki.
And if you combine all of their wealth, what neighborhood have they created to benefit their people?
Well, nothing.
Not a goddamn thing.
So I don't want to live like that. So, and this leads us to...
So why are we giving them props?
Because our people who, I ain't gonna say our people, I'm gonna say because the people that we love that looks like us, they serve a different God. What it is, I don't know, don't care. It's not my problem, personally.
Yeah, it is your problem.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, because see, it's your problem, it's my problem, it's everybody's problem, because our destinies are inseparably linked. So it's like, okay, the brother's shot, he bleeding out. Oh man, I'm gonna walk up on him. I got three options. Oh man, oh, it's too bad. I better not get involved. And I'm keeping it moving. Or I can stop and say, oh, you know, hey, let me call you some help. I can call some help.
But these ones don't want no help. These are the ones that says, look, this is what I am, this is what I do, this is how I live. I'm saturated in it. I'm sauteed in this dinner right here. I'm part of the stew right here. All you saying, take that down the street. I got dope to sell, or I got money to make. I got a corporation to run. This is their God in this material world. That's the outer self, the electron.
Well, our job is to transform this world. We're to bring heaven on earth.
Exactly.
Okay, and we can't bring heaven on earth by saying, it's your thing, do what you want to do.
Well,
I can't tell you.
Okay. there is a way to have that mentality, and it's called that which is what is righteous by watching folks choose their thing. Yeah, it is your thing. Do what you want to do, but I can't tell you what you should. I know I can suggest. I'm gonna change the words of the song. I can't tell you what to do, but I can suggest to you on what to do. I can't take you, but I can point you to.
Well, let me give you a deeper example that has caused the great divide, the great rift between our people, which has impeded, which has stagnated, and negated our progress as a group.
Okay.
Salami and bacon, my brother.
Yeah, that religion thing too. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Jesus.
Yeah.
You know, so now the two don't get along.
Actually, they're one and the same.
The principles that are in those two books that appear different, the principles in essence and the values are the same.
Right, and the God is the same too.
But they ain't getting along. Why? Because of a label. I'm a Christian, you're a Muslim.
Oh no, no, it goes deeper than that. Because in one's a female and one's a male, and they're in bed together, and so they're having a dispute on which children are Islam and which children are going to grow up to be Christian. And so they came up with this one world religion called Christlam. There's another word that the new people call it omniism, where they merge all these. I'm trying to remain respectful, but it's so abominable. It's disgusting.
Well, that's what we attempted. That's what we do in the most holy gospel. We merge the different sects, because all of us sects, not sex.
Yeah.
But SECT, sex, the secular. You know, but their origin dates back, their origin goes back to one thing, and it's called monotheism. But mono mean one, not many, but one. Theism. And that's a belief in one God. And some are saying it's Allah. Some are saying it's God through his son Jesus. And they're fighting with each other. There is no unity of purpose or action. That's the great divide. That's called divide and conquer. And the masses of the people are the one that's divided and conquered. Not the 3% and not the 1%. And not the percent of the 1%. They're unified. So the 1% controls 80% of all business, commercial business on earth. And everybody else is squabbling around, scrambling, scraping, scratching, killing each other. Because they're seeing these differences in labels. Oh, it's communist Russia and China that's causing our problems, when the problem's right in your motherfucking house. It's your family members that you need to be dealing with. Yeah, Russia gonna take us over. But we got problems right here at home that needs to be surfaced, addressed, and adjudicated. But we can't get to that point because we're Americans. Yeah, we're Americans. Yeah, we're Americans. That's why I break your neck. That's why I shoot you in the back. That's why I lock you up. That's why I kill you. That's why I rape you. That's why I steal from you.
That's why I put you. That's why I deprive you of your culture or any other culture.
That's why I stomp your ass into the dirt.
And also, I created a human capital around you.
Yeah.
A capital city, capital money, capital punishment. Yeah. And we even put a cap on your lifespan.
Yeah.
What makes me a capitalist over you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the whole philosophy underneath capitalism, oh, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican. Ain't no fucking difference. It's heads or tails. Which one you want? Flip the coin.
And don't forget about the video game, Capcom. For your children. We got caps on them. In the video games.
Yeah. Heads or tails. We'll take your sons and daughters away from you. We'll eat your babies. We get you to kill your babies. And then we crush them up and feed them to you at McDonald's.
That's right. And then we'll take the aborted fetuses, right? Take the aborted fetuses, and we'll put it in your Pepsi and Coca-Cola.
Yeah, and 70% of all the abortions that happen in America come by way of a black woman. So whose babies are we eating but our own?
But our own, as is prescribed in the scriptures. As long as you worship other gods than yourself, you will always eat yourself. You will always love yourself. In other words, you'll love yourself so much that you'll literally eat your own future.
That's
literally.
The individual pursuit of happiness.
Right. You'll kill your past. Look, you'll kill your past and literally eat your future, aka a snake eating its own tail.
You mean kill your present?
That true.
Present, so
oh yeah, and your present. Yeah, so it's like you kill your past, you eat your future, and you kill your present, and you got no gift coming from life.
Got no future, no existence. Game over. Done. Once upon a time, there was a great people, and they were black. Once upon a time.
Once upon a time.
They're dead now. They're gone.
They gone. They ain't no more. We got the writings.
Because they abandoned their God.
Right? End of story. End of story. Forget all that religious mumbo jumbo. Forget about who this is. That's the end of the story. When we ruled the planet and all things in and around it, we was one with our Creator. When we started doing other stuff, now we are subject to our creation. They even have a movie called Our Frankenstein. Oh, you gotta see Our Frankenstein. That tells you about the black man and his God all day.
Yeah, yeah.
We
have become our own. We have become them, right?
Look, the story. We see the story as this: the black man is Dr. Frankenstein, like Yakub, right? Frankenstein was Dr. Yakub, more or less. And this mad motherfucker decides he wants to get a bunch of body parts from a bunch of dead motherfuckers, whether they're in spirit or reality, and he puts them together and brings down the Ankh of Isis, or the bolt of life, or the Zeus of life, or the thunderbolt of life, the magic wand, the power source. You know, so this lightning bolt of life comes down, and so now Frankenstein is alive. He's a half dead. He was once dead, but now he's alive. That reminds me of Jesus, Frankenstein. And so everybody want to kill Frank because he don't look too good. He dead. He look dead. He doing shit dead. He even smelled dead, I believe, with his fancy outfit on. But what blew me out in that story was, where did this dead nigga decide he wanted a bride? Talking about he lonely. So they made the Bride of Frankenstein.
Yeah.
And these two dead people in purgatory on earth, without the essence of the Most High, but of fire and incantation, embodied into a bunch of dead stuff. Not life, dead stuff. Not new stuff, old dead stuff. Like Osiris of old dead stuff put together. with a Frankenstein did stuff, that these wanted to have sex to create more Mr. and Mrs. did stuff. Now, when I see that movie, I look at that quote-unquote Egyptian Scientology, where Isis Osiris putting her brother back together. This is some Frankenstein psychotic shit. And this is what the black history did. They worship dead stuff when our Creator is a God of life. And this is where we find majesty in the truth, that no matter what religion a black man or black woman call, you are connected to dead stuff. We're saying that the source of life is back on the planet. Here's where it is. This is what we do. Here's the example. We got it written down. Here's the living embodiment right here in your face. Take it or leave it. But on serious, real, but what has to happen, that this Zoom meeting has to happen. Then later on, once that stage goes through, a physical meeting is going to happen. Because the wisdom of the people in that Zoom meeting is going to funnel itself. It's going to funnel itself. Those who got the Ten Commandments on their heart, that actually live it sincerely between them and their Creator, sincere relationship, who have that relationship with their Creator, with the Creator, not their Creator, but the Creator of all things, whether we know Him or not. That's going to funnel out on its own. Because that's how I got here at hour 441 and counting. Because I've been on here for 4 hours right now, Prophet Priest Musa. And you've been on here for maybe like an hour and a half of that, which is that's epic for you. Thank you. So that's serious. This is that serious. This is what our videos is about. So that's what's coming. And it started here in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh got 4 rivers, just like the Fertile Crescent over there in the other part of Asia. We have 3 rivers. We have a 4th one that goes undercurrent, believe it or not. We have a place called, it's shaped as a pyramid as well. We're called the Keystone State that everybody reject. In fact, this state is one of the original, this is the capital of the United States, is Pennsylvania. So there's a lot of spiritual history and motivation and power force and cosmic force here where we're sitting at. I know this for sure. I just found out that the Underground Railroad, one of their railroads, ran from Mississippi up here down the street to where I'm at, called the Big Bear, the Little Bear. And I didn't understand why I was connected to Station Square, of all words. Yeah. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Pittsburgh was Underground Railroad West. Underground Railroad, Western Pennsylvania. This is where all the Susan B. Anthony, Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, this is the place they met.
We didn't know that. Tell us, please. We're listening.
This is where they met at, because this was the home of Martin R. Delaney, the first black Surgeon General for the Union Army, and the first black, one of the pioneers of the Pan-Africanist movement. So Martin R. Delaney was predicted the Civil War 20 years before it happened.
Yeah. Here in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Okay.
The first black medical center training facility in the nation was right here in Pittsburgh. It was set up by Martin R. Delaney. Avery College on the north side. And this is where he was training the so-called coloreds at the time to enter the medical profession.
Abolitionist.com.
Doctors, nurses. Him, Robert L. Van, the creator of the Pittsburgh Corridor. I think his name was William McCoy, the real McCoy. So it was a whole bunch of them. Frederick Douglass was all in here. That's how he ended up marrying Helen Pitts. Frederick Douglass married Helen Pitts. He met her down there at the University of Pittsburgh.
Wow, I didn't know that. We didn't know that, man.
That was his second wife. Abraham Lincoln used to spend his nights over at the Frick Museum with Henry Clay Frick in his mansion right over there in Frick Park. And George Westinghouse and Westinghouse Park. And Andrew Carnegie, that's now Andrew Mellon, rather, that's now Chatham College.
Right.
Some of the wealthiest men in the country. Mr. Phipps. Phipps Conservatory. He was richer than all of them. He was richer than the Mellons, the Hines, and the Carnegies. He was richer than all them motherfuckers.
I did the research on that. That's how he became. That's how it just became. They became burghers, because burghers was the higher echelon of the rich. In order to be a burgher, from a burgher you went to become a bohemian. So that's something to add to that history. But I'm listening. I didn't know, but I knew Pittsburgh had a spiritual connotation to it. There's a spiritual force here. There's a magnetic force here.
You had two Catholic saints that was named here. You had Saint Maurice over on the Hill District. There's a school that's called Saint Maurice. And then you had Saint Maurice. Go downtown where the old Civic Arena used to be at, and you'll see him up on top of the church. He was canonized as a Catholic prophet.
Tell me, we want to take a station break. This is WDishes.com. It's your Kinfo Jose Omar. Those who's watching the channel and enjoying the information, we say thank you. But also, this man's time, he's sharing his time. This is just a spur of the moment. But if y'all want it formatted, the donations is not going to me. It will go to Brother Musa, because he's sharing his work if that's what he chooses to do. But I have to say that out of respect, because his knowledge is his knowledge. He earned his knowledge. He's working with other people, and to give his information free to us, and then someone get a phone call and then charge somebody else, that's putting our brother on the spot. So we don't live like that. So if y'all enjoy this content, we'll create a link where if you want to donate to the information to the people who's coming to share the information. I don't want the money. The money's not for me. This is for the people who sharing their information, because they went to school, they fought this country, they did some things that they reserve the right to say, hey, if they want paid for it, or not paid for it, or want something for their time. And so I had to make sure we got that in there, because this is a 5-paper production. Another DapperDishes.com, where we give daps and not traps, and where we ask the Most High to bless daps and not blessing no more traps. Thank you, brother Musa, prophet, priest. So we want to, have people come in and donate, because, matter of fact, can you please reiterate your lack of better words? I'm working for that word. Where you give stuff, not free stuff, but what are you doing to the people? You want to tell the people the information on what you're doing, and if they want to contribute to any of your functions that you got coming up, or whatever projects that you're working on. You want to share your projects. That's what I'm looking for. If anybody want to donate to some of your projects, you want to give them information. If you want to share with them exactly what you're doing.
I'll set that up because I'm a strong believer that whatever resources you have at your disposal, You manage them to the best of your ability, and you don't beg for nothing. So, but we all could use some help, and I've never want to put any. I decided not to put any information out there. I got a PayPal account, I got a Cash App account, but I got to set something up individually, specifically for those who have charity in their heart and value the information enough to want to make a donation, a contribution for helping to advance the knowledge and the information that's going to, if used properly, will improve the quality of life of themselves, their families, and our people.
Thank you for that. And our sentiments exactly.
That will be at a later date. That will be at a later date and a later time. But I decided long ago not to do it that way. Okay. And I must say it's probably not the smartest option, because there are people out there looking to make donations. You know, so that probably wasn't the best judgment, but the intention was I do all that I can within the limited confines of my resources that I generate on my own, and that's my sacrifice. But it's big, and there's a lot of things I do. I give away, just in my Aborigine Scholastic Achievement Program, I give away $7,000 a year.
Praise y'all.
Yeah.
But there's people out there that want to contribute to that, like you. Now,
I don't give it away. I give it as an incentive for the ones who are out there pursuing and accumulating the knowledge of math, of science, of literature, of writing, of technology. So it's my way of giving back to our young people. Say, learn, learn, learn. Read, read, read. Our people perish for a lack of knowledge. Our people perish. So the key to our survival and our success in thriving is to get that knowledge. Because what you don't know can kill you.
Hold on, family.
Can you imagine what life would be like for the millions of our people if they ever found out that the only reason why I'm serving 50 years in the penitentiary is because I volunteered to do it? Can you imagine what their life would be like if they knew that they had volunteered to do it?
If they knew they volunteered.
Right. Can you imagine how their lives can be transformed to unvolunteer doing
it? And guess what? That's what I did. I ain't gonna lie. I said I'm not doing this I'm not volunteering my life like this no more. I quit. I ain't lying. I made that decision. I said, hold up. I'm volunteering for this shit.
Right.
I ain't lying.
They say
I'm volunteering, putting in jail. I'm volunteering my time.
Right.
Look, I just had a conversation with another person. I said one day I woke up. I said I was so empty to who I am and what I was, to even thought to be who I am, who I was, is that every nickel that I had, if I had $2, I would run to go give it to my own destruction. I would willingly do that and then get to jail, be by myself, wonder why am I here, be homeless, no money in my pocket. Till one day, myself said, you did this to you, nigga. And I'm going to sit here and watch you. I'm going to sit here and watch you. And I'm like, man, I wanted to die and couldn't die for shit. Everything I did, man, could not. So I said, all right. I was too much of a punk. Not punk as in homosexual, but too scared to kill myself. And I ain't going to jail because I ain't mad at nobody to kill them. So I said, fuck, I'm going to get high and die. That shit didn't work.
And this is the biggest trick.
That shit didn't work, man. Getting high to die, that shit don't work, man. I highly recommend it.
Here's a big trick that's being played on our youth.
Yeah.
It started this past week. It started this week. One of the local prisons in Detroit set up a little skit, gave somebody a cell phone, and they had about 7 or 8 black men in orange suits, and they were in their jail cell. They was cooking. They were shooting dice. They were having fun. And so the message is, look, jail ain't all that bad.
What's up, man?
See, they didn't see the forced medication, the murder, the sodomization, the killing, the taking, the harvesting of the organs. They didn't see that part. So they glorified the jail like, hey, man, no big deal. You go to jail, this is what you do. You shoot dice, you got a cell phone, you eat, y'all have fun. You got the telephone right there in the cell with you. All set up to plant an image in the minds of those who are unknowingly don't know that this ain't nothing about a reality behind them bars.
Come outside, come on.
So they're going to fall into that trap. Oh, jail? Oh, well, yeah, I saw how they was living in jail, man. Shit. The dude was having fun. They was shooting dice, and they was eating, and they was throwing Fritos up in the air, and they had the telephone right there in the cell with them, and they was talking with people. They're allowed to have cell phones and all that shit. So they're going to fall a victim to that for those who believe what's presented before their eyes. They don't see the other part of it where they're strapped down to a steel bed and their liver is taken or kidney is taken from their body.
Hold on, Prophet. Hold on. Hey, Mom, what's good with you? You merged on a phone call. What's good with you? Hello? Hello?
What's the matter?
No, I said you on a two-way phone call, and I'm recording. I said, what's good with you? Good morning.
Good morning. Who am I on a two-way call with?
How
you doing, sir? Hey, how you doing?
Well, we're just talking about our sonship and the changes and confirming our office and our spirituality.
I just called to see if you was gonna be on.
Yep, I ain't going nowhere. I'll be here. Well, I gotta go get some crickets. Other than that, I'll be home.
But you gotta get crickets every day.
Well, most of the other ones died until I got that water stuff that I bought. So I'm gonna start fresh and get another 30 or 40 crickets, maybe 50, and then put that water stuff in it. 'Cause they die from dehydration.
All right, well, I'll see you at 5:30.
All right, sweetie. Well, I'll just wait till you come, or I'll just run out. What you want me to do? Wait till you get here?
Yeah, because I got to clock in and you got to be around.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll wait till you get here then.
All right.
All right, shalom.
Shalom. Wow.
All right.
If I say shalom to my mother, she'll say, I ain't got no salami. Like a dog, bro. I think she'll say, what, salami? What you mean salami?
No, my mom reads for her own self. I don't got to tell her nothing.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, because when we first started, ladies and gentlemen, fellas, fellas, Mr. was fantastic. It was not no easy street. But let me tell you, when I first seen my mom when I came from California, she cussed me out. She thought I was crazy. She tried to put me in the insane asylum. Her and my uncle tried to put me in jail. When I told her Jesus wasn't real, man, all hell broke loose, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, when I told them that Jesus wasn't real, and, man, they got violent, kicked me out the house, me and my dog. That's how I ended up Lincoln Avenue. That's how I ended up being furniture and home. Man, that all started from me telling folks that Jesus was dead. And he ain't coming back. Man, this world in Pittsburgh whooped my ass. They beat me the fuck up. Robbed me, stole from me. Put me on, well, they ain't put me on drugs, but I had to try drugs again for a hot second to make sure I'd either conquer this shit or was it real. You know what I mean? I had to go through a whole bunch of self-realization type shit. Like, hold up. All I just said was Jesus ain't real. Go read the book. I thought that was the end of the story. No, now you'll get your ass whooped for saying that shit. Yeah, they will kill you about their God. They will make, oh my God. So I'm like, okay. All right, well, did you read the book? But the beautiful part is, I guess she watched, or I don't know how she come to whatever, but what she really told me recently, she was like, yeah, I've watched you grow. I've watched how the world beat you, and I've sat back and watched them beat you, including me. And she apologized and started researching for herself. And as usual, you know, shit that we was always doing in our life is still in us at times. And so this is where forgiveness and mercy come in that, because I know I got some old habits still in me. And I tell folks every day, I don't think about drugs and drinking and all like that. You know, I don't. But it is a part of our society. Period.
Yeah, by choice.
Let me finish. Being that it's a part of our society, it's always been. So it wasn't no choice. The choice was taken away when, like what you said, when they first gave us that fire water or that alcohol. So for over 400 years plus, this disease or this poison that's in the alcohol that goes against our spirit in the first place is perpetual damaging. It's caused some genetic damaging. That's why we have lack of vitamin D. Some of us are some of us were born with lack of vitamin D and certain vitamins because of this genetic degeneration from drugs, alcohols throughout the generations. And so when I look at GMO, this is where they got the freedom or the right to say, you know what? Well, let's drop a little more poison or spirit stuff in the food. So there is no such thing as drug-free man, no damn well on this planet per se, for real. But we do know that a sober man and a sober woman and a sober family and a sober community standing in unification under one creator with one simple 10 foundational rules, that should not be hard to be sober. Because I looked up the word versus sober versus clean. I don't never want to be clean, because if I'm in pain, I'm supposed to just sit there and take it while you giggle. Or before I punch you in your mouth, I can't smoke a blunt. You say, you know what, let me try something different. Sit my ass down. Thank you, blunt. Thank you, weed gods, or whatever. Or because a person's injured and got hurt on a job previously some years ago, and the pain is so draining, because people don't know, pain causes fatigue. And a lot of people who are tired all the time just might be in pain. And so a little bit of pick me up, whether it's caffeine, cocaine, get them on their day as they're being productive. But sobriety, but that's a sober man, that's a sober society. That's where we had our medicine men, our medical doctors and stuff like that, before it became corporatized. That's why we don't have people making house calls. The doctor don't come to the crib with a little black bag. We open it up. What you need? Tylenol, Coke, da-da-da. What you need? I got the bag, nigga. And you paying for it. Just like I call the weed man. You bring my weed, what's in the bag? Oh, I got some juju, I got some juicy fruit, I got this and this and that. Now we can't be medicine men no more. Now I gotta be a criminal, I gotta be a drug fiend. We can't be on our post while we in pain, but still be, you know. So it goes back to, where's the love? Where's fuck the love? Where's the compassion for life? And the only way we're gonna get that compassion back is by the Ten Commandments. No, I can't stress that enough. And I don't want to lose. I personally don't want to lose friendships and potential good friendships and relationships and community projects that will help our people, because folks don't want to detach religion from every goddamn thing. And this is where I stand with the House of Consciousness and other folks and beliefs that why everything got to be religionized. You know, why it just can be a natural order? Hey, just do these 10 things. It works. Cool. Let's do it. And then give the Creator of all things. You know what? Thank you for this little what they call that? Grocery list. There's a grocery list. 10 things on the grocery list. And he said, keep the change. You should be happy. Long story short, here's the grocery list. 10 things. Bring that back to me and keep the change. Literally. Keep the change. Whether that's whatever value that change is. That's what we want to bring to the table and produce out to the globe. Become the new globalists. They got United Nations. We get globalists. I am international all Muslims. Muslim meaning we submit to this process. Muslim knows it is not a religion, but somebody put religion to it. The sun was never a religion, but somebody put Jesus and Ra to it. The moon's not a religion, but somebody put Islam and something to it. Like, golly. The moon is not a male or a female, but somebody put female, feminine frequency. Like, what the hell? But in its natural process, it has an interaction as if it was about a female, because that's the only way we can process shit. Because we're sexual organs, literally. AKA man and woman. Duh. That's in the name. Whoa, man, in the name.
Right.
This is not rocket science, Prophet. Damn. What's so hard about it?
Then, a root word of womb.
Yeah. It even have a nice sound to it. It even has the in it that the Hindus say is a holy vibration. Woom. Woom. Woom, woom, woom. Yeah, let's talk some womanity here. While we talk humanity, where's the womanity at? That's what the sister's teaching. So yeah, what the men will do with humanity, and when we deal with womanity, when we get together, we should have a nice baby born. We should have a nice kingdom. There you go. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. That's doable. That's on the spiritual list. Yeah, that's the spiritual do list. But to give this conversation any value, I pray for permission for this to happen. First, to have the table. In fact, I've seen it in the vision that there was 12 of us sitting at a table shaped as a C. 4, 4, 4. 4 to the left, 4 to the right, and 4 going across. And in between the C light, this is where you would state your office in front of these 12 men. So I know you're one of them. My dad, Minister Barry Houston, a couple of people from Asia, Africa, all over the globe. All over the globe. So it's developing. And also I've seen all four corners of the earth and us sitting in the Holy of Holies having a discussion as the sun beamed down on all four corners of the entrances. Instead of people looking up at the person, everybody was looking down at the speaker. And it was like a Senate. And it was all lit and it was all in white and gold. The place wasn't gold, but it was in a beautiful stone, uncut stone. And we was all sitting in our white and gold garbs. Discussing the fate of humanity. So tell folks, don't get mad if they think we don't know it all. We met it all. We met nothing, something, and everything. And they gave us our secrets. We got it written down. It's the new year. Oh, and Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. This is March the 20th. Starts as April what? March is the start of the new year. So Happy New Year. It is spring. It don't look like it. It sure don't feel like it. But according to their calendar, it's spring. Mother Earth says it's spring, but something's going on here. So we'll deal with that. We're going to go ahead and end this. This is your kinfolk of Jose. This is, what should I call you? Because I don't want to say your government. Or, you know what I mean? I just keep saying Prophet Musa?
Yeah, just call me anytime as usual.
Well, this is talking to Prophet Musa. And we're going to try to get some more conversations with him. But like we said, you know, some of these things cost money. If you want a better presentation, if y'all want all the stuff like everybody else got, you're going to have to pay for that. Other than that, we're going to keep it simple. Give it to you how we get it, and give you the truth. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this moment. We thank you for the chime-in. We thank you for Prophet Musa. We thank you for the people listening. We thank you for the words spoken and unspoken. We ask that you be glorified in this. We ask that you give us the courage to act these things out. We ask that you give us the spiritual mind state to process these things. And you ask also to protect us as we go to and from our destination. Protect us from what we know and we don't know. Protect us from what we can see and what we can't see. And for most of all, protect us from ourselves as well as our enemies. To the power of the Holy Spirit, to the power of the Holy Spirit I come, and to the prophets before me and after me. And in this present time, we say peace, shalom aleichem, selah, ashe, and we are ending this segment. Peace. All right.